Okay, we're gonna get started. Let me just make sure everything is working. Looks like everything is working. I did have to update the title. We're on 2.8.1 now. So there's a couple of things that are gonna have, visually changed. You're gonna notice that I think the deep slate has changed. My lighting has changed a bit. I played around with the settings. AE also has like a kind of different. It doesn't, because for some reason all of my resource packs have been removed for some reason. So while that's probably a good time to show it, but we're running a new version of Fateful 2.12. Deep slate got changed so to its 1.18 texture, which I like. Yeah, but it's not right. What I just showed is not 100% what we're gonna be running with. So let me just show the setup. I don't know why this got reset, but we're running Fateful. We're running UU text, obviously. We're running outlined ores as per usual. Modern fonts, and we're running the shadow UI, which is a fork, I guess, of the previous one I was using, which is charcoal UI. It's based off charcoal UI, I think. It's just an updated version. And yes, you did miss the first. I did tell you. I told you, if you're not quick enough, someone's gonna take it. But you're all still #1 on the leaderboard, so next time is gonna be where it's at, because the next person to get first, because all the people that are on the leaderboard are the usual first, so whoever's next, they're gonna be first, right? Because they're gonna have two first. And congrats, World Map, on the watch streak. Thank you as well, I guess. So now you're gonna see what I meant. The UI changed, like the UI for this. It's not a change from 2.8.1, but I did do a few changes. Like the deep slate looks so good with this resource pack. I think Fateful does that. I think that's the reason it's like that. We did lose some colors in the A2 UI, but yeah. Sadly, only 3 stream streak on another channel today. I hit 85. We'll get you there. I'll make sure we keep on streaming until you hit 85. That would be sort of a accomplishment for both me and you, I think. Well, not for you. You already have it somewhere, but for me. So this thing has problems, which we're gonna fix. That's the first thing. We have a very rough plan for today, by the way, so it's gonna be a bit hectic, but I mean, if you're new around here, that's just the usual stream or GTNH streams, right? Things are gonna be hectic. I have been 385 streaks. I mean, that's cool. 385 where? Not here, certainly. We're at like 72, right? So yeah, so 2.8.1, which means we do get this. If you haven't seen this, we get netherite line, which we're not going to do right now, but there's something that is very interesting from the netherite line, which is the nether air that gets transformed into nether semi-fluid, and you get a bunch of stuff. Now, I did prepare for this a little bit, and we do have nether fluid. Yeah, we have nether air. We have 32 million nether air. Seen, they use Windows tasks to not miss streaks. Oh, yeah, you have seen. I see. Yeah, people certainly get automations for this. So I fixed a bunch of stuff with this update. Like we had to fix the aisle wasn't formed anymore. I realized that we should conceal and hide all the drawers in here, and you're gonna see that the FPS around here are much better. We used to have like 30 around here. We can sustain 60 very easily. So yeah, so that's cool. Today's plan is Monazite line. I've never done it. I'm really hoping to any backseating, but we're gonna start from the Monazite dust and we're gonna work our way from there. I did, create or craft, I guess, a few machines that I think we're gonna need, but we'll see. And I do believe that as part of this, because Monazite I think uses a whole lot of nitric acid, I think I want to do nether semi-fluid and set up this. We don't need this until we do netherite line, which is going to be LUV, which I guess I could show, right? We have some new quests in LUV that weren't there before, but netherite line. So we technically don't need this until LUV, but I do want the extra nitric acid that you seem to get out of this. I don't feel like you use all the dioxide thingy, the nitric oxide, the nitrogen dioxide. I don't feel like you use this in the netherite line. I might be wrong, but for now I'm really interested in getting some free nitrogen dioxide. So I think what we're gonna do is, we have nether air right now, we're gonna freeze it, get nether semi-fluid, and we're gonna distill it passively, and we're gonna void based on whatever has the less amount, so probably the nefarious gas, right? So we're probably gonna void until we're full on nefarious gas, and then stop this machine, because it is IV. It's like 4 amps of her power right now, 4 amps of EV power, right? So I think we're gonna set this up first before we get even into like monazite line at all, because I want this running. And then we're gonna start monazite line with really no big plan. I did look around, you know, sort of at the different recipes, but I think we're just gonna get into it. We're just gonna start from the start, and we're gonna set everything up as we go. And I do know that I think the digesters are gonna need some like redstone circuits, and I promise it's not gonna be like the end of last stream where I'm breaking my head over a very simple NOR gate. If you weren't here for last stream, it was this machine, this one here. I was trying to do redstone for this so that we don't always void this. We don't always void like the chrome for chromium dioxide. And I generally watch, I don't cheat. I appreciate it. Yeah, so apparently all I needed here, for anyone that was here for this this thing, is we needed to do emit when levels are below, and then set up, you know, whatever limit, just one. So like, do you have any, essentially? And we do this for both the trioxide and the dioxide dust, and we put this into an end gate. This is effectively an OR, a NOR, so a not OR, essentially, an end, right? So a very easy solution, and I could take the credit for this, but I had to use ChatGPT at like midnight to get help with this, because I should have been able to do this, but I wasn't. So yeah, but this is fixed. PBI is still running. It's sometimes power fails, so there's that, but we might upgrade these to buffered energy hatches, and maybe that's gonna help. But we are using like all of our power sometimes. When you start a very big recipe, this power, this out goes up to like 255, and we have like 256 that we can generate. So it doesn't actually drain the battery and then break stuff, but it is going to use more than what the battery can give out, right? So that's the problem. I gave you the non-truth table. Yeah, no, I was really tired. I was all over the place, and I had 2 brain cells left, and we burnt them with that redstone stuff. But yeah, I think I'm following too many GTNH streamers to count at this point. I mean, that's fine. It's you know, if you watch the content, that's it's really all I can ask for, really. So I did prep for this a bit. We are gonna do the cryogenic thingy. I did set up the recipes for this so we can make more later. I'm also using the refill now, restock option. So if I were to put like 10 in my hands right now, you'd see that it's going to use whatever is in the system. So that's great. And then I also know that we need gelid cryoterium. So if we just look for this, I did put the recipe in and everything is done. So we should be able to level maintain this, kind of like how we do with the Volcanus. So plan is this is going to be passive until this is full, I guess. That is probably the plan. So let's get a distillation tower. This is not part of Monazite, so it's going to be on the side. But it's a new passive like automation, right? It's going to put even more strain on our power, which is fine. But yeah, so this is PBI. Let's just start a new thing here. Monazite line, honestly, is probably going to be this line and maybe even more if we need to. I've seen how many machines we need for this, and I'm thinking about doing a level maintained Monazite line, so like a subnet, a level maintainer, just how we did plat line. I feel like it would help a lot, but we'll see, you know. Pretty sure this is middle, yeah. Let's get some maintenance stuff. I think we do need a muffler for this, yeah. So we're just gonna get right into it. I'm gonna set up that freezer, and it's the first time I use it, so that's cool. And then we're literally not gonna store the nether semi-fluid. The only use is this. We're gonna pipe it right into that distillation tower, and we're gonna make, because this is 100k, right? So we don't need a big input hatch, so we're just gonna do an IV one. I think that's gonna be fine. So let's do a big input hatch, an IV input hatch. I have a really odd setup, so I can't use level maintainers for the one redstone thingy I actually set up. Had to monitor about 5-6 different items, so just use complex redstone would create, and tiny gates to control some sieves. Yeah, I really don't know how that's gonna go, so we're gonna sort of figure it out, but I do know that the part about the digester, I don't know that you can actually just do a level maintain, because you'd have to really limit it to, maybe we can just do a subnet for this and then block it, and then it can only ever do one recipe at a time. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we're gonna try some stuff up, right? So let's do, oh, we can do just EV. Let's do an EV. Let's get an output hatch for this. We're gonna set up the IO real quick, and then we'll, yeah. So it's gonna be output straight into there. We're getting nether semi-fluid from this, right? Yep. And let's make some space. This needs to be IV, I think. Does it? No, this could just be EV, so we're gonna run it at just EV. And we don't have, so okay, we have some buffered energy hatches. I think I'm gonna use those for this guy, because this guy keeps on failing. Nothing else power fails, only these guys. I have no clue why. I mean, they're like IV recipes or EV recipes, but still, like, this is connected directly to the mainnet and it power fails out of nowhere. The only reason would be that we're going over the 128 amps, but I don't know. Plus the passive EBS eventually too. Yeah, I guess we're really gonna figure it out as we go. I don't even know what you mean right now. I'm assuming, just like Platline, there's a bunch of like passive things that you just want to always process the same way, right? So we're probably going to do a lot of storage bus going straight into a machine, and we'll work from there, you know? So I might do like passive, or I might do level maintained. I am not 100% sure yet. So also, I hate this thing. This thing right here has like, yeah, this guy here, it has 34 basically million of liters of cash. That's gonna fill up PBI like way too much. I'd like for this to stop right now, which means that I'm gonna do a fluid level emit here, because I want this to stop. This is way too wasteful right now. Put a machine control cover. This is weird, by the way. We're gonna have to find a better way to do this. I'm gonna do this here. This one is gonna stop if this one stops. So we're gonna do this. Enabled with redstone safe mode. And we're gonna pick. We're gonna put the level emitter on the side. The reason I'm doing this, by the way, wait, can you put the control covers on anything? So you mean like put this underneath? Because I was just gonna say, I cannot put the control cover right here because this does not allow redstone to go through. Any block that's like an input or output hatch or a maintenance hatch or anything that's not like a normal machine casing does not or did not allow redstone to go through, as far as I remember. I don't even have a single ME controller. All of my stuff is ad hoc. That's crazy. I'm gonna put it on the side for now. I do know I could do like a wireless redstone cover and something and pass it through, but I'm gonna keep it simple for now. Let me get some cables. Okay, so this is gonna emit when things are below, and we're looking for poly, benzy, whatever. I'm not even gonna attempt to say this. And whenever this is under 3.9 million, we're gonna want this to emit. And it definitely isn't right now. When levels are below, I'm missing a 0, no? 3.9, 3, and then 3. So that should be okay. Okay, it's fine now. I don't know why it wasn't. Okay, we're good. So this turns off, and then this is gonna turn off whenever one of these, this guy, is gonna be full. It's gonna wait for this to be full, and then it's gonna stop. Which is great, because we're gonna save some power, they're gonna stop failing, and yeah. Okay, let's see what else do we need for this. We need the cryotium cooling hatch, which I have not done. I don't think I did. I did do the recipe for it. Okay. Let's see if we can do it now. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So this is going to need an input, which means it's going to need an export bus. I did make a bunch of whatever I thought we were going to need. And that should be okay. And then right here, there is going to be a distillation tower. Maybe I don't need to do this now. So let's do some normal EV energy hatches. We're gonna need 3 because I know for a fact that this recipe is IV. So we need to overclock the distillation tower with 2 EV energy hatch. And this guy only gets 1 because this is an LV recipe. Great. Oh yeah, we're definitely saving power right now by doing this. So this is smart. That's all we're about. You can put the control covers on anything. I thought it was controller only. I don't think it is anything. I put it on the controller right now, right? It's not here. It's here. It's on the controller. The machine controller. Which the name is totally not readable, so I'm gonna have to maybe look into that. So it is on the machine controller, but it cannot go through like things like the maintenance hatch. So that's why I have to put it on the side. Okay. Cryotium. So this is gonna need an input. Frozen stiff, sure. This never gets out, so that's it. We're gonna need an input hatch. So let's put that like right here. And that's gonna need another fluid export. Let's do it like this. So this is gonna export nether air real fast. And this actually, that's the opposite. This is the gelid thing. Gelid cryotium. And this guy is going to be the nether air. And we're also going to get some acceleration cards for this. Let's not be shy with the acceleration cards. These things are cheap by now, and we need them for sure. I do have to go level maintain this, by the way, so we're gonna go and fix that. And we need to level maintain this and not the actual liquid. Okay, so input, this is good. This is output, we're fine. I could have swapped those, but it's whatever. I think that's it. I think we can just form this now. Place a hatch. Oh, right, it wants the energy. EV energy. So this is getting just one, and this is gonna get two. Okay, and yeah, we need an input hatch. An EV input hatch. And this thing is not going to run very often because it is like 100,000 liters of this, and the conversion is 1,000 for 100, right? So even though this is going to be fast, it's only ever going to happen every like 1,000 recipe or something. Yeah, something like that, right? Right. This is why I didn't want to build. Complete. Let's fix the proms. Let's connect the power, and let's connect A2. Let's get some EV supercon. Yeah, let's do it like this. Let's get our flight back. Right. So this is power. And then this is A2. So A2 goes here. So we're gonna go like this. And I mean, they've been installed for a bit, the export bus, but I feel like 2.8.1, everything is so much snappier, including A2, and I kind of love it because we didn't change anything yet. Do we need a circuit? We do not. Why? Oh, do I have a screwdriver in here? I don't have a screwdriver. I do. Oh, right. We need to level maintain the thing. We don't have cryotium right now. And we do have a level maintainer, but it might be full. I don't know yet. It is full. So let's do another level maintainer. These also feel way faster now, by the way. They used to take a very long time to like cycle through all the recipes. I don't know if they have actually changed anything, but I do feel like they're way snappier. They're way faster in like cycling through the recipes. I don't know if it's just me. It might just be me, but you know what? I'm gonna take it. It feels better. Must be better. We're gonna set that up right here. And this is gonna be, we need storage for this. I don't wanna keep a very low amount here. So let's do a super tank. We're gonna use a whole lot of super tanks today. So let's do 20 more. Ooh, we got some lag. I don't know what it is, but we're at like 10 FPS around here. Anyway, moving on. We do have space in this cable, pretty sure. Hey there, Gurin. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. how's it going? What were you up to? Were you playing Greg? We're fooling around, and we're gonna get to Monazite line in a second, but I wanted to work on something first. I wanted to work on the nether semi-fluid, so that's what we're doing. Hello, hello. So yeah, we're working on stuff. What were you doing right before you raided? I can remove this now, and let's go set up the level emitter or maintainer. Sorry. Okay, so this. Oh, it did keep this. That's cool. Let's keep like what, 1 million, and do it in batches of. Let's call it 64K. I think I like this. Where what part of the game are you in right now? You're in. I forget. I have really bad memory. But what are you up to these days, Greg? Yeah, so this is a mixer recipe. It's very easy. We can make snow very easily, and Blizz dust. We're making it. I didn't want to rely on yet another mob farm. Also, we don't have this mob. I'm raiding with myself. Everybody goes asleep. I mean, that's all right. We're you know, I still really appreciate it. Which I should shout you out. Where is it? I think I can do this. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you were playing Minecraft. There it is. So we're using this Blizz powder recipe. I know we could have just a mob farm, but I haven't seen any of these guys. Maybe they're on what is this planet called? The Ice Callisto planet thingy. So yeah, rerunning to ZPM. I was there in 2.4. That's nice. Yeah, we were playing in 2.2 and 2.1 maybe, and we're up to IV. We're back to where we were before, and that feels great right now. So yeah, I don't have these guys. Didn't really want to figure this out. We have a Chembat multi, and I just set up a couple of things for this, and it just works. So we're gonna leave it, and this thing should be filling up. There it is. So now it's gonna be filling up the input hatch we have over there. So let's just double check that for a second. Yeah, there it is. So the first batch is done. It's gonna start another batch in a second, and yeah, glad you're almost there. Basically, you're almost back to where you were. Must feel good. I don't know. Yeah, so this runs now. We should be getting this. The reason I did this and not a normal one is we get parallels out of this, right? And you can see we're making 22 times the recipe now, and I really like this new preview right here. Is this gonna be fast enough? Yeah, I think it's gonna be fast enough. So yeah, we're making 22 parallels right now, which is super great. It does say 8 parallel. Maybe no, feels like 22. Maybe it's the batch mode, I don't know. But anyway, this feels great now. Want to have this guy too? Yeah, the cryogenic freezer. I'm probably gonna replace our dual freezer, vac freezer we have with 1 or 2 of these, and then anything that's like needs not a mega amount of parallels, maybe we'll do this. But also I could just automate the parallel, you know. But this does take less power for the amount of parallel you get from the start. I feel like maybe it's just a feeling, but yeah. So we need 3, 6, 7 output hatches, and we need 1 output bus. And we're gonna stock this. We're not doing anything with this right now. This is new. I have no clue what and how we're gonna use this, but nether interface. What is that? But we have so much stuff to look into. There's so many cool like new things. Feels like you're getting free stuff. You're getting nether shards out of this. So anyway, we're gonna have fun. We're not doing this today, but I want to get a bunch of nitrogen dioxide that we're gonna use for making nitric acid. I might plug it directly into an LCR to make nitric acid right off the bat. So, or I mean, it's gonna be a setup on the side, but we're gonna passive nitric acid, I think, is what we're aiming for right now. And the reason for this is I've heard again that the Monazite line is really heavy on nitric acid because of the digester recipe. This and Monazite line or whatever it's called, but we're doing Monazite for now. I don't know if the two like kind of mix together, but we're gonna see. Yeah, okay, so this is working great. So we need this. Let's set up a few things here. We're gonna need this, we're gonna need this, we're gonna need that, and an input bus. You know what? I think, or rather an output bus. An output bus. Just HV is fine. And how about a super chest? How about we do a super chest? I'm gonna store everything on site for now, and that's gonna be it. So pretty sure that's the recipe we're interested in, right? The circuit 0 is the output, so we're gonna put everything to the side right here. So first one is output. Why is the FPS so freaking low again? Let's try to kill all 40 entities. How about XP or item? Maybe there's something with the ore proc. I don't know. No, it feels looks good. Looks fine. I don't know what it is, but I get some spikes. You know what I could do? I could lower this for now. We're working in the same area. I did connect to another server, and I think I bumped a bunch of my settings, and that might be why. So what we're gonna do is output bus straight into a super chest. And can we like, no? Is that the right thing? Yeah, void if use the screwdriver. Okay, cool. So we're doing a screwdriver on this. So this voids now, and we're gonna do 7 liquids. 3, 6, 7, 8 liquids. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna filter them right after, and all we need is a bunch of output hatch. Doesn't need to be anything big. This is LV though. Let's do well, actually it does need to be big, because anything over this, anything over like whatever this amount is, gets voided, because we're gonna have to set up void, right? So that means to get the most out of these 3, we would need an IV one, and we're still gonna lose some stuff for this one. But I'm gonna do an IV one just for the nitrogen dioxide. Everything else is getting HV. So let's do 7, I guess 10 like this, and then 1 IV is what I want. And the one we want is layers. Wait, am I crazy? Yeah, it's 1, so 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I just don't know how to count? I don't know how to count. Cool. Try to limit max FPS. V card overloaded by rubbish frame. You can't see. Yeah, I did do that at first. You're right. I did have like 60 FPS or even 100, and I had VSync on as well. I guess we could see if that helps, but yeah. Okay, so output bus is not what we need. We need these and this one. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then let's do 7. We don't even need to filter the outputs. All we're gonna need is a bunch of storage buses. And I might be very, very lazy and actually do a subnet here. Just because we haven't made the, we haven't really made the, like storage in the new base yet. So when I see something like this, I could literally just subnet this, because all I'm gonna want is to have access to these. And then I just do like 1 or 2 channels. So like storage bus on these like once, and use a dual interface. And this is how I save on channels for now. I don't know if that's the right call, but it really doesn't matter that much, I think. Yeah, so power is going to be here though. Let's bring it 1 down. Right, so we're gonna have some input. Well, that's it. So let's get some quartz fiber. Yeah, let's do some quartz fiber, give this thing power. It's gonna be dual interface, so just to make sure we have access to everything, right? Interface like this. Actually, this is not going to work because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. So we're going to need a controller for this, but that is fine. So compared to world map, who's not doing any controller run, we're going to use a controller just for fun. Okay, so I think I can place it here. I cap at max 175 because of my screen, but sometimes I bring it down. Yeah, I'm gonna do 100. The whole reason is I'm streaming as well. Maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. We'll see, you know? No reason for 2 FPS better than your monitor can draw. Exactly. Yep. Unless you're flexing, right? Yeah. So we have interface, we need quartz fiber. Quartz fiber. So we're gonna do storage bus right here, or fluid storage bus, I should say. And then we're gonna do normal storage bus, double interface into here, into this. Yeah, and that works. And now, I guess, oh shit. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You guys just saw what I did here. I didn't filter anything here, so everything was just, let's go here, right? Which is probably a sign that we have some stuff that's like not going in the correct storage, but it's all right. Hello random liquids. Yeah, exactly. How about this? How about the projector? I'm so glad these don't get like automatically put in here. Oh yeah. So I'm pretty sure I want 7. But total, so probably just 6. And yeah, that was gonna happen for sure. So let's do this. GTNH. And yeah, let's remove the glass here. Let's do this. And that's it. It just works. Okay. I don't know that we need that last layer, but what else are we missing? What else are we missing? Installation tower, what do you need? Yeah, so you don't need the last layer. you have your input and output. Does it need an input hatch or bus? Input bus, input, output bus, output hatch. Maybe it does need an input bus. It's not even in the tooltip here, which is weird. But I'm also assuming that this is wrong. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. I know better than the projector. That's very not clearly a bug. It's probably a me problem, right? Yes. No. So this recipe needs 7 layers, right? 7 layers of this. But putting 7 hollow projector doesn't do it properly? Because tier 1 is 3, that's why. Yeah, okay, so 4, 5, 6, 7. So we needed 6 actually. 3, 6, 7. Yeah, okay, cool. I guess at least we know. That is good. And that is fixed. And let's fix that. Let's plug in power. Let's call it good. Let's get some normal 1x wires here again. 1 input plus 7 output layers, yeah. And it's also because the... yeah, that's fine. It's also because the first tier, as per the projector, has actually 3 layers by default. So there's that. Is this just gonna work? Not enough fluid output space yet. That is fine. We're gonna avoid excess items and fluids. We are okay with this. And then we're gonna wait for this to get some fluids. We're gonna lock them, and then we're gonna connect this. And this is voiding as well. So this is always gonna be voiding. And it's gonna be like a very huge, it's a super chest 3, right? We're gonna get like 16 million maximum of this L-ish thing. And once we get to the, well, it's just gonna be LUV, right? But when we get to LUV for processing this, I'm assuming we're just gonna be happy that we have all of it. And we have neon now, which can be used in the EBF for some stuff. So there's that. Yeah, so we're capped at 64 million per recipe, or 64,000, sorry. But I'm surprised about this one. Yeah, we need to switch this around. So we need these to be switched around. There it is. So we can keep on running it, and whenever this is at like 4 million, I guess, we're gonna stop. Although I want this to run non-stop. So maybe we do a little condition where if this and this is not full, you run, or this, right? So I guess we're doing some redstone right now, and I'm gonna try not to look the same I did last time, right? So fluid detector cover. We're gonna need a recipe for that. Really? Those are the only recipes we can do? That's disgusting. Circuit 1, we have this, we have this. We have weighted pressure plate? No, we don't. This is a circuit 0 and then steel spring. Okay, thank God we have this. So circuit 0 in the press. Right here. And then circuit 1, I think we said for this. Yeah, circuit 1. I'm really loving this this new press thing. We have so much space. And we're getting there, you know? We're gonna have one interface that's almost full, but we do have space for more interfaces, so we could technically add another circuit 1 interface, but it's all right. So fluid detector cover, right? Suggest voiding overflow liquids in outside tanks for having a bit reserve. Yes, I am gonna void in the tanks. You're right, actually. No, so I don't have a choice to void excess here because we're using output hatches that are smaller than the amount of liquid sometimes. So we have to have void there, but we are gonna have void over here as well, yeah. Outside tanks for having a bit reserve. Yeah. I mean, if we're voiding here, do we really need to void in here? We're voiding the items because, I mean, it's the same. Technically, we don't really need to void these, but why would you also void overflows in here? We could, but... So you mean like... Yeah, I'm trying to see why, right? Because this is gonna void all the time. So these are always gonna be empty. Or no, they might be full actually. But it's gonna keep on running unless we do the redstone we're about to do. So this is getting here. And I guess this guy... We don't really care about this guy, really. I could make this more simple. If this guy is not full, just run. But this guy's the one that you get the less of, right? So I want to run until this is full. But I also want to run every time this is not full. So let's do a bit of a bit more logic, right? So if this or this is not full, we want to run. It's that simple. So an OR gate. A very simple OR gate. And let's get some red alloy wire. I think we can do it with 18. Again, I can't... So we might want to have... Yeah, no, we're gonna have some space, so it's okay. I'll do the redstone right here. Machine control cover. And we're gonna place this at the top right here. You have to shift every time you want to do a cover now. So enable whenever redstone's enabled, as per always. And then pretty sure we can just do this. This is when you know I have more brain cells, because I can do this without breaking my brain. So we need to set this. So how does this work, right? Invert whenever the threshold is below 4 million. And if I were to not invert this, it's not true because we are not over 4 million, right? So that's what we want for both of these. There it is. So if either of these is true, we get it true, right? So if this is above 4 million or 4 million, and this is also above 4 million, it's off. But if any of the two is true, we get it true. It's a simple OR gate. I don't know why I'm explaining this to you guys, but you know, my brain just wants to make sure we get it. And the machine is on. And now it's off. So it works. Cool. Simple redstone. And I think it, no, it's right here. Yeah, so whenever this hits 100,000, it's gonna start, and we're gonna get some more nitrogen dioxide. And now that everything here is filtered, we can finally put this back. Your simple redstone line is the same as logic or gate. Yeah, you're right. I know, I get it, but I like to over complexify things. This is why. But you're totally right. I could have just made like literally just a line. You're totally correct. I don't know. This looks fancier. And this redeems me of last stream where I could not figure out a simple NOR gate, right? But yes, you're right. This could just be another piece of redstone. It doesn't do anything, but it looks fancy. It looks pretty. That's what it does. Okay, I think we're good here. We're gonna passively do something with this because I don't see this being used in any other recipe, really. So we're just gonna do nitric acid, and we're gonna send that nitric acid in main storage. Pretty sure we don't have either this or this in main storage, but we're about to, so let's get a super tank. This is gonna be so easy. Storage bus. Again, this is really to prevent any issues. Also, I didn't really mention this, but the first reason I looked at this was not even for nitrogen dioxide. It was for anthracene, because we're gonna need anthracene to make tier 3 fuel, and also hydrogen peroxide, so hydrogen peroxide makes hydrazine, and hydrazine makes dense hydrazine fuel mixture that we're gonna need for our tier 4 and tier 3 rocket. So technically we also need this for rockets. So I'm kind of getting 2 problems fixed with doing this right now, which is kind of awesome. So we're getting anthracene, and we're getting nitrogen dioxide to make nitric acid passive, or like decentralized nitric acid. Because right now, every time we want nitric acid, we make it on site, and we add like one more recipe in our LCR and more waiting time and whatnot. Most of the time this is fine, but now this is gonna simplify some of the setups if we want. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we cannot have any more tanks here, and this is full anyway, so we're good. And I am pretty sure this means that this is full now. Yeah, this is 16 channels. This here has 32 channels because there's 16 there and 16 here. So this P2P for main fluid storage is now full. We cannot put any more here. And now let's just do a quick LCR right next to this for making passive the nitric acid. You can realize NOR gate logic inverted with inverted primary signals without external gate block. Are you saying like just a piece of redstone and an AND gate? Or sorry, not an AND gate, like an inverter, or like a, what's the name of that? Like you just reverse the signal, right? Whatever the name of that is. But again, redstone. I mean, I can manage redstone, but it can get really, I'm not gonna say complex, but real complex real fast. Okay, so let's do this. Invert source signal. Yeah, exactly. That's right now what we did for the NOR gate is we inverted the source, the inputs, and from what we originally had, and we sent it into an AND gate, and that makes it a NOR. This is how we did it. Okay, so we're gonna need power for this. How much power do we want to put into making nitric acid? That is a very good question. We're gonna use the recipe that doesn't give us this recipe. We're using a circuit 24 recipe, and that's gonna use some oxygen, which is fine. We're also running this, right? We're running this recipe, and we're gonna run it at like EV minimum. I wanted to see how fast and whatnot that was going to be, but it is an LV recipe that gets run at EV, so it's going to be perfectly overclocked, I think. Yeah, we're going to get perfect overclocks for this. So I do think we want to run it with just one EV energy hatch. Yeah, and we're going to need a single input hatch and a reservoir hatch. I meant invert source signal. Yeah, so isn't that the same as inverting the inputs? Am I missing something here? So we're gonna do this here. This is gonna be input. This is gonna be output. We need an ME output. ME output, input. We're gonna need an export bus. This is oxygen. Make it fast. Chem reactors overclock without penalty. Yeah, so like by running this at EV, we're gonna be getting one perfect, or is it 1 or 4 perfect overclock? I can't ever remember these, but it's going to be perfectly overclocked from what I understand, right? Because this is an LV recipe running at EV. Yeah, X4 production. Yeah. Cable. And then the only 2 more things we need is we're gonna put a reservoir hatch here. We're gonna need a circuit 24. And then we're also gonna want hydrate. Good idea there. I've been hydrated with our very poor grade 0 water. Level limit. And we're gonna fluid level limit this. I could probably not void, but like not void in main storage and then just stop this whenever it's full. But we're gonna do it the same way we did everything else. It does take like an extra channel, but oops. This is not going to be pretty, but that's what you get. It's below 4 million. This starts. It has a circuit 24. It's got power. It needs something else, actually. Let's fix that. I forgot the like most basic thing. Literally everything we did right before this. To yeah, an HP1. We need the dioxide. The thingy. Nitrogen dioxide. There it is. 50,000 every 6 seconds, so 500,000 per minute. Really not bad. You know? And then that means like 5 minutes, not even, and this is gonna be full. And then any recipe that uses nitric acid, we could technically remove. So like this guy right here makes nitric acid for the power, for the CBD, right? We could technically remove this now and just make, or just input nitric acid directly into this guy. But I'm gonna leave it for now. This thing works. This thing needs to get moved into the oil building. So I'm gonna leave it, but eventually whenever the oil building is made, maybe we're gonna use this. Maybe we're gonna still make it on site. We'll see, but for now, this is good. Yeah, and it uses the entire input. We could probably speed this up by adding a better input hatch for both of these, but I am very pleased with this because we're gonna need to input nitric acid into monazite line. So let's go figure out monazite. Where do we start? What do we do? I think the digesters are the first thing we need to look into. I believe that's what it is, right? Let's go with the quest, right? The quest should tell us what we need. So we can skip all these quests by holding a stack of zirconium, hafnia, cerium, and samarium. So we're gonna do that. How much energy that reactor consuming now? Let me double check. Well, it's... What? Wait. Oh, it already used up all the, all of this. We could probably speed this up then. I know I said only one EV, but how about we speed this up? 'Cause I can't tell you how much power it's using right now. You know, let's strain the main power line even more. Why not? We are gonna fix power by moving into the new base because we're gonna do some lightning spire, and things like the mega EBF and vac freezers are gonna come off the main power line, main power grid. We might have some separate power for some passive stuff like what is here. I would see this being a thing, but also I'd like to keep main power, you know, or power like centralized. I do like the idea of it. Yeah, just give me a second. We're just waiting for this. And then I'll show you how much it's using, because it's not missing much. This works, right? I think we're doing more. I'm not sure. But I think we are making more. Yeah, this is keeping up, sort of. Right? I want to see if this goes down to like almost 0. 18,000. Okay, so it's doing as much as it can. Doubled. Yeah, I didn't even check how much it was using before, but do we keep like batch mode off? No. Wasn't this like 22? Yeah, yeah, okay, yes. It was 2.2 kiloliters, so 2,200 liters per recipe per 6 seconds. Yeah, so it is doubled, yeah. So this is almost there. It's gonna run, and then we're gonna get a batch of this. We should be getting like 128, which is enough to fill this twice. Let's just wait. I'll check how much power this is using. I am slightly curious as well. So this is using 4 amps of EV for 25 seconds. This is also using 2 amps of EV. And this is gonna run non-stop until this is full and this is full, so we're using quite a bit of power passively here, but that is all right. And then this is gonna start, and it's using 1 amp of EV. Yeah, so it's just using 1 amp of EV, even though I gave it 2. And it's making that recipe like 40 or 20 times. I think it's 20 times. Yeah, not too bad. You know what I wished? I wish the LCR would scale based on the coil that you put here. I don't know how much this makes sense, but making a better coil or enticing you to make better coils for this would be so nice. But there is no reason to do this, which I kind of hate. I really wished the LCRs, yeah, it's not serious power, but still it's passive, right? Every time this runs and this runs, it's an extra like 5 amps of EV that's like taken up on our main power. And if I'm doing crafting, like a lot of crafting at the same time, that's where we can get some problems, but yeah. There it is. Okay, so we're making nitric acid. It's great. Let's start figuring out monazite. So for monazite, I think this is new. I don't think this is like I watched some videos. I think ArmCorp had a video of a year or a few months ago, and this recipe did not exist. This one existed, meaning you could only get use the crushed monazite to start the monazite line. And now we can do this, which I knew because it was a thing in 2.7.4. And what I did is the entire ore proc here is configured to do monazite, or to process monazite, all the way down to a dust. And we have over 2,000 stacks of monazite dust that needs to be processed. So now that we can just use the dust, I did the actual sifting, I think, and yeah, I think it's just sifting. I think I did sifting so that we get both the monazite and the dust, and I'm pretty sure we might have even a gem. Yeah, this is at 0 though. Maybe I'm macerating the gem. I'm not too sure. I might be. Is it not the same one recipes? It is, with the only difference that you can technically get more dust than you can get the crushed, right? So let me go back to the recipe. So you can get this for 2 dust of monazite, or you can get this, which is the same thing, for 2 crushed monazite, right? But we are getting raw monazite, and when we're crushing it, it's 1:16. Then if you wash it and then you sift it, you have a chance of getting 6 output for every one of these crushed. So you have a chance of getting way more monazite. So I'm pretty sure we're doing this. Either way, we're getting it down to a dust, and then we're gonna use this recipe. That's all I really meant to say. But yes, we're adding steps to the process, but we're potentially getting even more monazite out of every ore that we crushed. So yeah, we're trying to be efficient somewhat, you know? So we're gonna need to set up a digester. Now, is it the digester? I don't think the digester cares. I think this guy doesn't care about anything for this recipe. It's the other one, the dissolution tank. This one cares about the ratio. So this is going to imply some redstone or some A2 subnetting, or maybe just some fluid regulator. I think I've seen the GT version of this, which is just fluid tanks and fluid regulators. This is probably what I'm leaning towards, with A2 like giving the fluids the like input buffers, essentially the fluids passively. But I'm also interested in, could we just level maintain this, right? But also maybe there's no reason to level maintain this. Maybe we just want to process the whole thing passive. So I'm leaning towards passive, just because we could just start setting things up, right? So let's get the digester. This thing is kind of big, but not really. It's your typical like multi-block, right? I think we're gonna start here. Or no, I'm gonna leave this open for any other passive stuff. I'm gonna do monazite on this side. We're gonna start like totally fresh. It's also gonna be probably the last thing we do over here, like passively in this place. I'm not gonna call this a building because it's not a building yet. But this is where I think we're gonna do. This is the last thing we're gonna do, and then we really have to get the new base started. And I could have waited for this to make this in the new base, but this gives us Samarium closeout IV page, and I think we have some work to do for the base. So how big is this? 7 by 7. So 3. So this is going to be center. Yeah, but it's way bigger than this is. So we're going to have to figure this part out. Now, I know exactly the solution to this. You guys are gonna like this. I know some people are gonna get not mad, but they're not gonna like what I'm doing. You might be seeing where I'm going with this. Trust me, this is the superior way of setting this up. Okay. So I just have to make sure there's no liquid in there. There's no water or anything. Let's just, yeah, let's just do that. So, is there any limitation? Yes, everything with a .1. So I'm guessing everything that's like a tungsten steel machine casing, essentially. Yeah, probably that, right? Huey is getting flashbanged. Sorry, but I'll have to leave early today. Have a good time. You have a really good time as well. Thank you for the raid earlier, and thank you for the raid, Alexander. Bots. Hopefully you're not a bot, but thank you for the raid. Ew, what's this? I like this. You're clearly not a bot, and even if you're a bot, I like you. Just for the ooh. So this is a digester. So it doesn't fit in our line because we thought about only doing like 5x5s in here. This is 7x7. So yeah, last time I was here, you asked the same thing. Sorry, I have really bad memory. I'll remember the next time around, I swear. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. What were you up to? Were you Gregging? Playing Rubik's Cube? What is that? Were you actually just playing Rubik's Cube? That's very funny if you were, because we don't get a lot of raid from Rubik's Cube content. I really don't know what it is. Okay, let's figure out. So I think this guy doesn't care, right? This guy, the only thing we want is input this, and then output this. Yeah, just physical Rubik's Cube. That's freaking nice. I was able to do and like solve a Rubik's Cube at some point in my life. Probably not anymore. I could probably figure out like 80% of it, but considering to start a GTNH playthrough, actually, you should. If yeah, if you're a logics person, math person, or like you like automations, factory games, this is the game for you. Let me tell you, this is most definitely the game for you. I think we're gonna do a subnet here, by the way. So I'm gonna start this with the idea of we have a subnet. So I'm gonna output stuff with the ME output bus, and then we're gonna use storage buses because this is gonna go into a dye solution tank, like I said, and probably have some sort of redstone or like pump or regulator and fluid detector cover thingy. I'm probably gonna look this part up because I know this part is quite important, but yeah. Someone actually streamed his attempt at a Rubik's Cube with 0 help and he took 48 hours. That's not bad, right? I don't know if it's a first time, but it really is not that bad. So we need to run this at EV. How about we do a bunch of EV energy hatch? How about we do that? How about we do like 16? Let's start with 16, right? What could possibly go wrong here? So we're gonna need an input hatch. Let's get that in here. So let's get an input hatch. Let's get a stocking input bus. And then an ME output hatch. And then an ME output bus. So there's going to be this, a stocking, output, and then power. That's how we're going to do it. Everything's going to be cabled underneath, as per usual. We have, we do have night vision. It is kind of dark in here. I don't know why. Has spent 0 seconds watching Asuna. What? I didn't even know that I have this watch time command. Like, what is that? Where is that from? Wait, I gotta search this. This is my bot. I should know about this. Follow age? Did I set this up? What? I'm scared right now. Are these like default actions that are part of streamer bot? Yeah, they're basic. They have to be. He's trying to end my stream. There it is. How do you know about this though? I'm curious. But yes, I did make sure nobody could end the stream. If that worked, I would have been so concerned. Every streamer has them. I'm guessing everyone that uses streamer bot. I'm guessing. The M-Stream one is a me thing. I haven't seen anyone use this. It's just because I'm lazy and I forgot one time I forgot to close the stream. And I raided someone and I went on for like 8 or 9 more hours while I was asleep. And I think we got raided back by the same person that we raided. And I felt so bad. So I had to set something up. And Ui tried to poke me, but I was dead in bed. So yeah. And that's never happening again. So I'm closing stream with a bot now that closes everything up for me. Stocking input bus. Okay, we're still waiting on this. Oh, I'm assuming that titanium died. Why didn't we get a power fail alert though? Like this should be passive. Oh yeah, this was shut down a while ago. What? Why doesn't it? Oh wait, did they remove that recipe? Oh, they clearly removed that recipe. No. Helium. Where's my helium? Or nitrogen. Okay. Can you do nitrogen? No. Well, we should do this now. Yes, nitrogen is still here. Why isn't this working? Oh, because the machine is off. Okay, because yeah, okay. Cool. Well, we should definitely change this though. We should change this to radon. That's gonna make it so much faster. Oops. Let me just make sure we don't. I guess we have a nitrogen cell in here. I just want to see this run one more time, see how much faster it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's like almost twice as fast. Okay, so it is going to be a bit more expensive because we're going to run this more often now. This is 4 amps of HV, 4 amps of EV. This is kind of expensive because this is going to run until we have like 10,000 titanium. So kind of expensive. Yes, we're using like half of our power right now. And that is probably because of the nitric acid, and we haven't even started the monazite line. We might have some troubles with power. Let's just say that. Okay. How about the stocking? Still not done? I'm guessing that this is running in the mega EBF. It's probably kind of slow. And I'm wondering if it picked up like 90 seconds. It definitely picked up the wrong liquid. It probably picked up nitrogen instead of radon. That's alright. We shouldn't really ever be running titanium. It should be running in that Vulcanus. And we should really just have like 10,000 titanium just waiting for us, but that's alright. I guess we're waiting for this. Let's get a P2P here. We're gonna need titanium for this as well. How about we wait for some titanium? Yeah, so the first few recipes are gonna go through to this, but then we should get like a bunch of titanium. If we don't, that's weird. But we should. So we're gonna wait for this. Let's go set up the... I want to try and set up everything that goes together next to each other, right? So like all of this, the muddy monazite rare earth solution needs to go in this with a 10:1 ratio with the water. And it needs to have saltpeter as well. Feels like the ratio of saltpeter is not important, but maybe it is. I don't know. I'm wondering if running this with more than one saltpeter is a problem. And also, we want to run this recipe. We don't want to run this. Oops. So let's get a digester, right? Or not a digester, sorry, a dye solution tank. Now this guy, I know that we're gonna want to do the automation either on top or underneath. And this is a 5x5, so we can place it properly, you know. Let's do 1, 2 right here, and then let's do 1 block in the air. And I'm gonna want mana glass for this. So we're gonna do glass. I think mana glass is 20. Yeah, mana glass is 20. And we might do the redstone on top. I'll see. We do have our energy hatch now, right? And we should have our stocking input bus as well. It's so weird that I have like no light here. I'm gonna hate myself for this. Oh, can I not put any here anywhere? Oh, wait. Why is lighting so bad? Brightness, we're bright. I like this to be bright. Sodium lighting? Maybe that's why. Dynamic lights. Let's try to turn this off. Oh yeah, that's much brighter. Okay, I like this. I did like the moody light, though. I don't know. But if we can't see anything here, then what's the point, right? And this is gonna get an export, because that's gonna come from mainnet anyway. It's gonna export nitric acid. Okay. Stocking input bus, yes. We're gonna want. Wait. We're gonna want monazite stocked in here. That's it. Everything else is yeah, output and or power, which we're gonna do later. We're gonna figure out the rest later. So we need, I like to do centered maintenance hatch. How about we get 20 of these too? What else does the distillation tank need? So I think we need 2 input hatch, right? This is the recipe we're doing. So we need 2 input hatch. They don't really need to be big or anything. So whatever we have already crafted, I guess HV. I know for a fact we're gonna need some super tanks. And also some fluid detector cover. Some red alloy. A machine control cover, from what I can remember. I'm trying to follow like top of my head. I'm starting to think that I should finish Nomi first to get good. Well, yeah, ish. I mean, if you ask me, you don't have to, but if you feel like you do, then, you know, do it, I guess. But I'm the kind of person that just jumps into things, right? So if you were to ask my opinion, I think you should just do GTNH, but it's also a you thing, right? It's your own personal preference, essentially. And I think we're gonna pick these. I'm gonna try to do it here. So we're gonna have input hatches like this. We're gonna have these guys, which are gonna get the actual fluids, the actual inputs. And then, if I'm not mistaken, here is what we have to do. We need to do, is it fluid detector cover here? I think it is. Fluid detector cover here. Machine control cover anywhere on this. And then you just keep it like this. And then you do a fluid regulator. Ivy is kind of expensive though. How about we do a recipe for like an LV1, or I guess we need to be able to do over than 9,000 every 45 seconds at HV, right? So let's, or 400 seconds. So every minute we have to be able to do, or every more than 5 minutes we need to be able to do 9,000. Let's do an HV1 just for, I don't want to have to change this anytime soon. We could do IV. We have everything here. How about IV? So let's do IV. I just don't want to change this ever again. Also, I made a mistake. I am pretty sure, pretty sure that you need to have this up front and you have to have this up front. Because you need to be able to send the actual redstone into something, right? So controller, controller, detector, detector, redstone, redstone, and then you do, your threshold is whenever you get more than 9,000, so one recipe's worth, right? So this side's gonna be the Monazite rare earth solution. Since I just submitted my thesis, I got some time to dispose of. The GTNH is a very good way to dispose of time. So yeah, I'm gonna say that. Can we not do more than this? Sure we can. 94k? Really? Can I not do like 65,000? Really? You cannot do like more than this? No way. Why is this thing only 64,000? This makes no sense. Fluid detector cover. Why is there a limit on this? Why would there be a limit on this? This makes no sense. Oh, you're right. I need more than an HV hatch. Thank you, Mr. Extreme. That is a good catch. That is a very good catch. Input hatch. Let's do IV. Let's do IV or EV. Let's do EV. Oh yeah, very, very good catch. I've never done this before, so it's gonna look silly, but it's all right. So we're gonna set this at 9,000. If I can not mess this up. 9,000 normal, so whenever it's 9,000, it's gonna output a signal. And then we're gonna have a fluid regulator right there, outputting 9,000 every second. And that makes it so we don't try to output like 100 every tick or whatever it is. We're just doing 9,000 every second. And this recipe is so long that it doesn't even matter that there's like a delay of a second for the liquids, you know? So it should be fine, but we'll see if it's, you know, a problem in the future. But so what about the regulator? They're ready, right? So this guy is based off machine processing state. It's gonna be 9k every 20. 9k. Would you say GTNH is decent to get into as a noob? It's gotten so much better. You have so much quality of life improvement stuff. Let me just, okay, so we're on this and we're exporting if the machine is on. Is it machine on? Yes, we're exporting if the machine is on, and the machine is only on when it has more. So we want, something needs to be inverted here. So GTNH is so much easier to get into right now. Like, I honestly, if you're thinking about it, it's probably, you know, you're probably looking into like a lot of fun quality time and stuff. If you ask me, really worth it. Not everyone's gonna agree. That's the gist of it, right? I'm pretty sure I need to invert this. So you see, like, nothing is in here. You can output, meaning this is on. This is on if I do this. And it's gonna export if the machine processing state is on. Yeah. What does Twistgate mean, by the way? So Twistgate is just a word that I put in there just to sort of tell everyone that we're doing Twist. Twist is a Chinese mod that we added on top of the GTNH pack. I would not suggest that you start with Twist. Start with just base GregTech and see if you like it, see if it's for you. Twist makes a lot of the end game not easier, but different, better from what I've heard. So we're just going for it. Wait, let's do 20. Yeah, we can do this. Cool. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's better, but I would say that it's supposed to make your end game smoother. Yes, I like smoother. Smoother is probably right. But yeah, congrats on the disposable income, or I guess you're saying hi, XT, from what I understand from our last discussion on this. Hi. Assuming I'll get to endgame. Yeah, assuming you'll get to endgame, I mean, of course you should try Twist, but if it's your first time doing GTNH, I mean, maybe try vanilla first. Nothing prevents you from adding Twist later in the game. Honestly, if by EV or IV you're not like fully into GTNH, it's not gonna matter. If you're fully into it, you could decide at EV or IV even to add Twist. And the only thing you're gonna be missing out on is the alloy smelter, but didn't they like add it now? The steam fuser, yeah. They have a steam multi for alloy smelting now. You even get parallels and whatnot. Because we used to have this in Twist. Now it's in the base game. So this is why I'm saying you could literally just do vanilla GTNH right now and you'd be probably fine for a while. Okay, so this is water input. Let's filter them. This is gonna be muddy, whatever this is, and this is gonna be water. And this, really honestly, it should just be this. Let me fix this. I'm yapping and I'm not really looking into what I'm doing, but it should just be a reservoir hatch. A reservoir hatch and the same setup as the tank is going to do the same exact thing. Only thing is I can't really scale this. This is really just like for one machine right now, but I wouldn't really worry about it. We just want to make this entire thing passive into a subnet and that's it. I'll try tomorrow, starting to get tired. Also got my speed cubing project to work on. Gotta start a spreadsheet tomorrow. Speed cubing, I like that. Really like that. Honestly, sounds like you're the kind of person that's gonna enjoy GTNH, but you never know. And that's why I'm saying like try it and then you'll kind of have a feel for it, you know? Speed cubing is quite popular nowadays. I've seen a bunch of the so this doesn't output, right? Perfect. We can test our logic here, actually. So we're gonna put a machine control cover right here. This thing is on if redstone's enabled, which it is right now. And then we're gonna turn it off. We're gonna put a fluid regulator. We're gonna put it to machine processing state. And we're just gonna do 20 ticks, which is a second, and 90k. And then nothing is in here. We do this, we get 90k, and that's it. That's the redstone you need to make the dye solution tank work. Now we don't have to input water. All we have to input is this. So we don't have to use like an interface or a channel here. So this is it. You shouldn't get any more than this. So this is what I've seen. This is what we're gonna use. This is gonna want like a storage bus, probably on the side, maybe on the top. I don't know yet. I think I'd like to do like wireless and then whatever we need, but also I could probably use these here and just pop like a line, an A2 line here. Let's get the outputs sorted. So we're gonna want probably just ME output at this point. But we don't do like 500 million or 5 million. Yeah, and then let's do a storage bus. Storage bus, we're gonna do this, insert only, and then just do muddy monazite. And this needs to be a circuit 9, so is there any items for this? There is. So we're gonna need a stocking input bus. We should make a couple of these as well. One of the things that annoyed me about Nomi is the absence of automated mining tools. I saw that GTNH has stuff, so looking forward to this. Yeah, they're currently offline, so I can't really show them, but just to give you an idea, this really only happens in EV, I think IV. But we have these miners, and they even have a card, and you see in which dimensions they are. You see the coordinates, and if it's online, it's going to tell you which vein it's mining and how many ores are inside that vein. Both of them are done, or they're just not working, they broke. But this is pretty cool, and it looks like this. The one we have is this one, the titanium one. It has 64 blocks radius, so I'm guessing from the controller or maybe the middle block, it's 64 blocks in every direction. If I'm not mistaken, we can basically do an 8x8, I think, of mining, which is essentially 9 chunks of GT, like ore chunks. If you look at an ore chunk in GT, you can basically do this. A 3x3, I guess. Yeah. Best that Nomi has is 33 radius. Yeah. You're asking me, Ui? I would totally stream Factorio. Like, if we wanted to start another project on here, Factorio would be on the top of my list. Like, for sure. It's so close to what GTNH is. I think people would actually, you know, want to watch it, and I would actually enjoy streaming Factorio, I think. And the blueprints and everything, I have enough experience with Factorio now that I would feel confident, you know, like streaming it. So yeah, I was thinking of doing a multiplayer. Maybe we could totally do that. I'd be down. You know, we'd have to figure out the logistics of it, but I think we could do it. I've been thinking about it actually for a bit. So yeah. 9, and then we're gonna want saltpeter in here, and I am pretty sure that we're not burning through all of our saltpeter because I've needed this in the past for making some other stuff. We needed this to make some thing that I can't remember what it is. I think we were making potassium dichromate, yeah, for phthalic acid. So for phthalic acid we needed this, so I made it so that we don't burn through all of our saltpeter unless we actually need it for nitrogen, but we changed the source of nitrogen, or main source of nitrogen, to compressed air, I think. So yeah. To be fair, I'm switching to Minecraft now to get a break from my Factorio run, landed in late mid-game of K2SC. What is SC, or K2SC, sorry? I'm guessing it's like a mod pack or like a different, you know, thing, but I don't know much about like the modded things. I do know about Space Age, but yeah. Space exploration, Crastorio 2. Okay, I've heard that before, yeah. Cool, so that's it. Now, obviously nothing of this is running yet, but now that we have power, how about we set up the subnet and we try to figure out how to, like, try to do one step at a time, right? And maybe if we need more storage or buffering for each of these, we'll figure it out, but we could technically just buffer into the output hatches. Like, this is, if it's fully passive, we could just increase the buffer of these outputs. And then that's it, but I don't think we need to. So how about we do this? Let's get an ME controller. Let's do some ME, let's do some AE2 shenanigans. So we're probably going to use a whole lot of channels. Let's make a small controller for this. And let's think about how we're going to interface with that subnet too, right? Let's think about that. So we need a P2P, that's number one. We're going to need two P2Ps. And we're going to need a bunch of interfaces and storage buses. Let's start with one of each, right? P2P and a bunch of interface. I'm going to use duals for everything. Pretty sure we could just use dual. I'm also sad because of upgrading to 2.8. I lost my very dear to my heart inventory tweaks. It is gone. So I cannot sort my inventory anymore and have like things in very specific slots. I don't know if there's anything to replace that. Still have to look for it. So Greg Tech did that to Minecraft. What is it? GTNH without the NH. It's the Greg Tech of Factorial. Maybe that more general. Doesn't make the game more difficult, though. It just adds on to it. Yeah, GTNH without the NH. I see. I've never heard of someone pronounce inventory like that. What do you mean? Like inventory tweaks or inv tweaks, or like the actual name of the mod I think is inventory tweaks, but all the configs are called inv tweaks. I don't know how I said. What did I say? Like, did it sound weird or something? You're getting me conscious now about how I'm speaking. Okay, let's set up that. So we need 2 or 4 things, right? I guess let's go with 4. So let's try to do this so that we can easily expand. Let's start from the middle and then let's go like this. So I'm gonna pull this more towards the middle of this. So like probably right here. This is probably the middle. So let's pull this towards the middle, right? This is going to need to be a P2P, which we're going to go and configure at the controller in a second. But let's assume we have a P2P, right? So we have a P2P, and then on the other side, we get 32 channels. Now, we don't need 32 channels. What we need is a bunch of, and I can remove this for now. What we need is a bunch of storage buses and interfaces. So we need this subnet to be able to see some things on this subnet, and we need this subnet to be able to, well, actually it's probably just going to be this subnet pushing into this subnet. So it's probably just going to be storage bus into an interface. But let's get started with a dual interface and a fluid storage bus. This is the most obvious one because this guy, which we're going to hide, gives you access to this subnet for any fluid you want, right? And we want nitric acid. That's the very obvious one. Let's just get this configured here. So this subnet is now going to be able to see store a nitric acid. It technically can do both, like export and export. I don't know if we need to export yet. So I'm going to do extract only for now. I always deactivate the inventory sorting key first chance I can in any pack. I actually really liked inventory tweaks. I've never heard someone stress it like inventory instead of inventory. It's the same thing, right? But yes, I don't know. It's probably my French doing that, or my accent or something. I don't know. No excuses, just I don't know. And then what I have in mind is a controller like this. We're gonna do a controller like this. Yes, I'm technically French. Not French, I'm French Canadian. It's different, trust me. Yeah, this should be fine. We probably don't need more than like 4 channels here. And I'm gonna color this compared to what we've had before. I'm gonna color this. So this is Monazite. Monazite is green. But this is like interface with Monazite. So let's do a lime. And then let's just do, just for the sake of this, let's do gray right here. Went there for a speed cubing competition 2 weeks. I live next to France. Yeah, no, we're not French. We're French Canadian. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Okay, so this, and then we're gonna need some quartz, which is already gone for some reason. Same origin, Moose French, not Paris French. Yeah, I could accept or agree to that. Yes. Let's get one more. So one for power through here, and then one for power through the other side here. So this guy is going to be green. They look very much alike, but it's fine. So this network, I want it to be green. I can technically do this for some reason. I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Cool. Okay. What else do we need? So we're gonna need to do some interface into a normal storage bus, right? And this is probably where we're gonna have outputs, which right now it's gonna be insert only, and I don't even know what we're gonna put in here. So for now, I'm gonna put like some random thing like this. So this is extract from the mainnet. This is insertion of items into the mainnet, and then we're probably gonna want items as well from the mainnet. So let's do this. And then this, I know for sure we're gonna need saltpeter right now, and extract for now. Make sure all of these are hidden. I really don't like these. They look so much the same. I hate it. So I'm gonna figure out what changes these in the charcoal UI or shadow UI. And I'm gonna remove that because I really want to get back the colored like icons here. France is fun. You get side-eyed by everyone for not speaking French when visiting. Like at least half the people speak absolutely no English. And you know what's even more funnier? If I was to go there and speak my French, they would also make it look or sound like I don't speak, you know, their French. So like it doesn't matter what language you speak. If you don't speak their French, it's not good enough. Where's the titanium going? Why are we getting no titanium? Like what the hell? Is it just like so slow? So yeah, don't really worry about it. I think it's just the French way of saying, you know, welcome. Okay. Hot titanium. Right? This should be getting out and then going into, like, straight into the vac freezer. This should be in the vac freezer, like, automatically. I mean, it's probably all getting like eaten up by this here, but still, I'm gonna have to make sure I double check the titanium whenever these recipes are done. True, I'm not worried. I find it funny. Yeah, same. Honestly, same. It's wild that you did all this in 72 days. Is it? Most people would call this slow. Like most people would be done. I'm scared. Why is the map not fully rendered? I'm gonna have to look this up. I should have way more map than this. Does that mean I have no waypoint? I have no waypoints. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out why we don't have the map anymore. Ooey, you're gonna have to tell me if this happened to you too as well. Character as dementia, just fork out the map. Yeah, no, thank you. I need my map. I really want and need my map. Cool. I need to do one quick change here. How about we do this? Whoops. Yeah, no, this is fine. The reason I do this is I'm gonna use green for the other cables. Because I'm gonna need some dense cables. I'm gonna go like this for now. I love this, by the way. Being able to do this entire thing in one go. Let's go a bit more. Seems you have the same issue when updating GTNH. Yeah, well, it's something, I know what it is. It has something to do with, the ads are gonna start, but let me snooze them. It has something to do with the UUID of your server, but the way that I upgraded the server, like it should work. Like the way I updated the server should have kept the same UUID. But I did not rename my character again. I've learned from that mistake now. But yeah, we did fix the Tomcraft after this. And I have yet to, if you look at the top left, I still have to fix my in-game info because I used to have blood in there and warp, and I don't have them anymore. And it was really nice having them, so I'm gonna have to fix that. This reminds me that I wanted to visit Canada. You should. We have some really good like food, you know, like poutine and some other pastries like beaver tail and stuff, just to name a few, you know. But yeah, you should definitely pay us a visit for sure. Let's go in the center for this. Let's go here actually. I'm gonna go up by 2, and this is where we're gonna put power. This is what we did for everything else. So there's you know, there's a good reasoning behind this. Okay. So this is power connected to that digester. This thing is not complete. I'm scared that putting it on the side actually broke it, but it might be because of these guys. It might be missing something. Does that need a muffler? It does need a muffler. Okay, I can put a muffler on that. Okay. Let's put a muffler right here. And then I guess a maintenance hatch wouldn't be too bad, you know? And yes, it's very important that this thing is on the right side, and that should be it. Can we just run this now? No, because this is not connected. We need the P2P. Okay, P2P, and then let's look at titanium. We do have titanium. Okay, cool. So we're making titanium. It's just probably kind of slow. And we need to do this from... Well, it doesn't matter. I guess we're going to come back, so let's go figure out this. Maybe y'all got a good nationals location. I'm sure we do. Classic maple syrup. Yes, very agreed. Very classic. On put that on your pancakes or whatever you prefer. There's pancakes, there's crepes, and then apparently last we're in Montreal. Yeah, so I guess that's your answer. So there's 8. Oh, these are not used. Yes, so I did prepare for this, sort of. Right? Yes, I just need to color this because this is currently actually causing weird problem. So what color is this? this thing in the middle is black. So it needs to be black for all of these. And this one. There it is. And now these guys are gonna have channels. Cool, and they're not linked. They're all called free because they are not linked. So all I need is really one interface and maybe naming this one. How about we call this Monazite line? I don't know if one is gonna be enough, but I'm assuming that because we're doing a subnet, it is. So we're gonna see, but it should be enough because we're doing a subnet. The further from the US, the better. I mean, we're not that far, you know. Last I checked, I'm kind of a geek on a lot of things. This is gonna sound really weird, but last I checked, we're far enough that, or we're not far enough that if there was a nuclear war / bomb happening, and New York was getting bombed, we would die. We would be in the blast radius around Montreal. This is probably weird, but fun fact, not so fun fact. Bind to output, and then on this guy right here. Did you see how this P2P connected in like a second? It didn't take forever. That is so nice now. This doesn't take forever to like connect. I don't know if it's because these were there for like for a few minutes, but this feels really good. And now if we go look at the digester, it does have nitric acid. It does not have monazite. It should. It doesn't. Or you know what? It doesn't because this thing's not on. So let's fix that. Yeah, so these are gonna buffer unless they have some place to be, right? So if we look at the recipe, which is this guy, we're gonna get silicon dioxide out. I don't know if we're gonna use silicon dioxide anywhere in the monazite line. So let's just go have a look real quick. Like we're gonna use saltpeter, we're gonna use monazite, we're gonna make monazite sulfate. I'm gonna assume that we don't, right? I'm gonna output this back into mainnet, and worst case, we're gonna bring it back, you know? So silicon dioxide. So first thing we're gonna export, and we're gonna insert only for now. So if I start this machine, I think we're good. Where are we? No input separation, probably. So what about this now? Okay, so we still don't have monazite dust. Okay. We're stuck in the edge. There might be some people stuck in the edge. Right, we need to set this as an input. That's what we need to do. You need this as an input now. Monazite can be an input. There it is. And there it is. This is an EV recipe, so batch mode is not going to work or do anything. Liquids should be going into this. And I think we're going to get 400, which is very interesting because that's going to show us that this can get like partially filled. And that's where I have to, I want to see if what I want is going to work. Right, we have 400. I need to connect this up real quick. Okay. See, it put 800 in here. We're gonna get another 400. And now the question is it gonna try to put another 400 in here because the regulator is set to more? Yeah, you see? So this is a problem. This is a problem with the redstone we have right now. This should not happen. Now, the problem only happens because we had less than 1,000. I don't want this to get too weird. If I were to do this, wait. Oh, it's 9,000, right? Okay, let's wait for 9,000, I guess. Or I guess we could test this out, right? Let's do like, what is this set to? Yeah, okay. Let's keep it running. I want to see if this is gonna lock at 9,000. I think it will. I might be I was just confused for a second because there's that other recipe that uses 1,000. Yeah, let's wait, and then we'll start this this process here, which is gonna be very, very long. So let's see. So we do have the outputs. So this works. Saltpeter should be here though. Unless it's not in the inputs. Extract only. Oh, it's because the machine is not on. Okay, cool. So if I were to start this, right? Yeah, this is gonna work. Perfect. I'm not gonna start it. I want to see that this works first, and then yeah, pretty sure this is gonna work. So we back from the world of Adge. Welcome back. Welcome back. I should have took a break right there, but I didn't. It's all right. So we're just waiting for this. I was kind of explaining this during the ad break. We're kind of waiting for this to be at 9,000 because this is getting 400 every 20 seconds. And the question that I have is whenever we get to 8,800, are we gonna go over 9,000? Pun intended, or is it gonna stop at 9,000? This is what I want to see, right? I know exactly what was going on at all times until you didn't take a break for the ad. Yes, I should have taken a break for the ad. So this is gonna be boring, I know, but I'm gonna hydrate and we're gonna wait for this to be at 9,000. We're not making the entire Monazite line today, probably. It's my first time. We're trying to figure things out step by step. I'm gonna rehydrate again. Thank you. Rehydrated, or rehydration, I guess, done. And then yeah, this output should be empty, which is what we want. And then yeah, we're just waiting for this, essentially. I want to see if this is gonna break, because this looks way too simple. I don't know how I feel about this redstone. It works for this very easily because this is always gonna have enough water for this. But whenever we're doing something like this, although, you know, like this is gonna be so much slower than this, always, it's probably never gonna be, this is probably gonna backfill at some point. But for now, I want to see how this is gonna work. We need a dehydrate redeem where the streamer just heats salt. Yeah, that sounds about accurate. Yeah, so we are gonna get to 8,800 at some point, and then I want to see what's gonna happen. Let's do the next step, I guess. So we're doing this, and we're getting all of these out. Now, obviously, Monazite gonna go back in here. Probably gonna want to send it back. I know this is gonna look and sound weird, but Monazite is gonna go back. This means that anytime there's an output for Monazite, it goes back into the storage, and it's gonna get reused here eventually. So that is fine. That is Monazite cleared up. Torianite. I guess we should electrolyze, but we should really just store it for now. I don't feel like we want really to process this. It's probably not part, yeah, it is not part of like these zirconium, cerium. Oh, I guess it was right there. Thorium. Yeah, so we're getting thorium out of this line. Okay, cool. So new output, thorium, or torianite, I guess, which we might already have in storage. We don't, but that's all right. We could probably electrolyze this on site, but I mean, I really don't care about this. But we should probably electrolyze this on site. It's 2.6 seconds. We're gonna get hydrogen out of it. I'd like to keep this as like light as possible. Also, I started on this line. We're probably gonna need a second line, so it's gonna be weird because it's gonna go like this, but whatever. Okay, so we're almost there. Let's just pay attention right now. I was gonna start something else, but this is gonna go to 8800. I want to see whenever this happens. We might actually, I might have made a mistake, and this needs to probably be way less than this. It probably needs to be like 1,000 or 100 every second, whatever it is. Yeah, because it is over. Cool. So let's figure this out, right? This obviously is always gonna work when there's at least 9,000 in there. But what if we do like 500, or I guess we have 400. They calling the break time literally like 5 or 10 minutes after the break. Sure, I literally just said I should have taken the break, but yes, let me figure this out real quick and then we'll take a break. So maybe this needs to be more than every second. Let's do every half seconds. Let's try to put 400 in here. Wait, if we do 100 every 5 ticks, right? This is going to ensure that we do no more than 9,000, because it's going to reach 9,000, right? Missed a break. Yeah, no worries. I'll take a break. I should have taken a break, to be honest. I just want to see if this works, because this recipe is going to be so long anyway. This doesn't work. Okay. So how about we do it every 20 and we do 1,000 every 20. Actually, no, we're gonna get the same problem, because we're gonna get chunks of like 400 in here. That's the problem. We're gonna get this thing in chunks of like 400. Okay, I'll go take that break. We're gonna figure this this redstone part out in a minute. I'll go take like a quick 5-minute stretch. I should have done it, and I'll be right back for us to fix this dissolution tank to make sure we don't have any problems, because I think we lose the recipe output if this is not a exact ratio. So BRB, we'll be back in like 5 minutes or so, and enjoy the lurk, Alexander. Okay, we're back. We're gonna have a lot more. Yeah, we have 10k. It's 9 every whatever, but that's a good thing because we're gonna be able to test stuff now. Okay. Yeah, so flight is probably out. Yeah. Okay, so we gotta fix this first. Now I'm pretty sure I don't want to do like a limit that's like, oops, that's like other than 9k. I don't want to do like 89 or something weird, right? Maybe we do every second. Problem is going to be the same. Whenever it's under, it needs to. If we do 100, right? It's going to do the same thing, right? No, that works. Okay. Can we make this faster though? Can I make this like every 5 ticks? Because I know there's something about redstone ticks that are, I think, slower or faster than like normal game ticks. So we're limited by this here, this redstone wire in a sense. This is where the delay comes from. This might be too fast. Yeah, it is too fast. Okay, so if we change this, if we play around with this, we should be able to hit whatever we want here. I think the system works. It's very simple. We don't have some weird limit where it's like, I know that you're gonna hit like 9,000, and we're just conscious of the fact that this red alloy wire is kind of slow to detect, and power this off essentially. This is probably very acceptable also, by the way, because this recipe is 400 seconds long. And this is probably good enough for now. Even though it's not crazy fast, this is probably good enough. I'm gonna wait for it to hit 9,000 and then we'll move on. We'll start this machine and then, yeah, this works. This works perfectly. So 100 every 10 ticks is great. This way you're for sure never going over that 9,000. We could probably do 1,000, but 100 is like, because we're getting 400 out of this, and yeah. A2 can also be used if you pattern it in a subnet plus level maintain with crafting storage. Yeah, I feel like this is simpler though, no? This feels a bit more simple. You have a buffer, you do this. It's always gonna be fast enough. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna go for this. I did see the AE2 version of this. It looked so complicated, like just in terms of setup. Like it doesn't beat this in terms of simplicity, but I don't know, if we ever need more performance, maybe we'll change it up. But I like this right now. I really like this. So 90 this, and then we have saltpeter right here, circuit 9. We should be able to hit start on this. Needs, yeah, it needs power, right? Power would be useful, right? Let's get this thing an EV, an amp of EV. We might want to overclock this actually. I think this is the part that you want to overclock. I am pretty sure about this because yeah, this is very bad. Probably want to give this 2 EV energy hatch to get it to like 2 or 200 or 100. It's gonna be 100 seconds, depending on if this thing has like perfect overclock, I guess. So let's just try to get the middle of this. The A2 solution is not complex, it's just regular double interface setup. Since the pattern is exact plus instant output. Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of understand it. I really just mean like, it looks more simple, I guess. I'm pretty sure the A2 setup is easy, but I don't know. I was leaning towards this because of how simple it looks. It doesn't look like a lot. And the fact that you need like a level maintain, right? Is it a level maintain or a level emit? With crafting storage and the subnet. I used to like passive setups where stuff flows nonstop, but I got sold on everything on demand. It's so nice. I do have to agree. And you know what? This is the difference here. And this is why I'm making this decision of doing the GT like passive way. We did Platline fully on demand. The Platline is totally on demand. I freaking love it. But I want to do a passive setup this time around. Just because this is Monazite line. I do not know it. I want to do it like bits by bits. And I could totally do it bits by bits with the patterns. But I want to just do like every single step, like specifically in every machine, and make this fully passive. And I don't know. And also the 2.8.1 update seems to make this like so much faster now. The level maintainer, or the, what is it called? The maintainer thingy. Yeah, the level maintainer. The level maintainer seems so much faster now. So it made her plotline a bit, not faster, but more responsive is what I'm gonna call it. Is there no energy hatch on this? Look at this this thing. ULV energy hatch, but energy hatch is nowhere in the structure like definition, which also explained why this formed with no power hatch, which is so freaking weird. We're gonna put them on the side. We're gonna put them right here. I'm expecting this to be, or the IO to only be on the clean stainless steel interface stuff, so we're gonna do it here. Also lines up quite well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of on demand now as well, but I don't know. I want to do something that's a little different, I guess. And we're probably going to redo all of this, by the way, because the new base is going to get organized at some point. And when it does, we're going to have to move all of these. And I'm going to redo Monazite line, and I'm probably going to redo it on demand. But we're going to have a much more organized base and AE2 network. And space is also going to be hopefully kind of better. Like these are cool, but the fact that they're just in a line like this is, I don't know, sort of limiting, because like where do you put this controller, right? In the middle or at one end, or like, and we went for like ish middle right now, so yeah. Let's start this, right? Oh yeah, 100 seconds, and then this just starts. I love it. Yeah. Okay. So this takes 4 amp of EV. So this is now a very expensive Monazite line that takes 5 amp of EV at all times, because this is going to run non-stop until we go through all of our Monazite. So yeah, it's going to be very power hungry. But it's fine. So the next step is whenever this is done, is use this in a sifter. And now we should probably do this because we get a whole lot. We get 99,000 every cycle, right? And we're not voiding, so we can leave this on. So this is gonna get stored directly into a sifter. Now sifter, I haven't made, so we're gonna have to make a sifter. We started a sifter. This should only run once because I think this ME output hatch is only gonna have enough for a single recipe. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna run a second cycle, which is totally fine by me. Or it's just gonna run a second cycle. And I think it's gonna actually cache the entire thing. It's not gonna void, but I guess we'll see. And we have Afnia Zirconia in here. We're sending Torianite back and we're sending Monazite back. So we're gonna have some Torianite in the system now, and we're gonna put this in ore proc. Because this is something we could technically mine, right? You know, Rust 28 and probably some meteors as well, I guess. But let's see where thorium is. Let's put it close to thorium. There it is. Okay, so yeah, we're waiting for the sifter. Again, we're doing like one step at a time, just because I really want to understand every step of this line, because it's my first time doing it, and we're not following any specific tutorial or wiki or anything. This I've seen on an Arm Corp video, I think, or like, yeah, YouTube VOD or video, whatever. And it seems to work. And I wasn't even sure about all of the values in here. I just kind of winged it, but I just knew the overall like look of this, and I'm pretty happy with it. This is not going to run once more. Yeah. This now has 198 diluted monazite rare earth in here. So let's get the sifter. Let's do the IO right away. 1, 2. I'm pretty sure it's a 5, right? Yeah. Great. So we're gonna do power underneath, IO underneath. We have a few channels here. We could probably share this. We could put it here, right? Yeah, and let's do I could have done like a passive, like send the output here. I'm gonna keep everything AE2 for now. I'm guessing this would allow us to sort of add more machines for every step, but I don't know. I kind of like this as well. So we're gonna need an input bus. Now we're probably gonna want a pretty big input bus for this, although it doesn't matter. You get 4 parallels per voltage tier, and this recipe is HV 20 seconds. You want to run this pretty fast because you have to run this in 100 seconds. We should try to get rid of all the diluted, but also we don't have to run everything EV, right? We could totally just run this at like, yeah, we could totally just run this at HV, and it's just going to block this machine from running all the time, which is totally fine because then it's just going to make the entire power consumption of this thing way more manageable. But we could do EV again, I think, because it's still not going to take... It's still going to be slower than this, essentially. This output's like 99,000. So let's do input hatch. I'm not even gonna do like big IV hatches. We're gonna keep this somewhat cheap. Although, yeah, no, it's fine. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna put it higher though. I like to do outputs. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's what we wanted anyway. I guess we could do bi-directional, but that is fine. Yeah. Let's do power more towards the back, or I guess here. So power is going to be right here. So we're going to do an EV energy hatch again. This thing is going to need a maintenance hatch like everything else. No muffler for this, right? Yep. No muffler. Yes, muffler for this. Okay. So muffler for this. I'm pretty sure it's 3 tall. Yep. So I can put the muffler hatch right here. And then, what are the outputs of this? So we know for sure that all of these are going back to mainnet. The red zirconium, yeah, I guess it's just free zirconium. So maybe we do set up a multi-block electrolyzer and we do the red zircon and we do the thorium inside of here, because we're gonna get oxygen output and we're gonna get some actual output from the from this. So let's do that. Yeah, so this is not running, so let's remove thoriumite from the output. And let's just prep for this essentially. So we're gonna output thorium, rutile, silicon dioxide, which is already there, and ilmenite that is gonna go into the ilmenite processing. And then let's make an electrolyzer right next to this. It's not really like a flow, but I think that's gonna be all right. Like so far, this is every step of Monazite. I could like start here, you know, things that are more generic, like electrolyzing. Maybe that's a good idea. I think that's what we'll do. Let's get an electrolyzer. Probably gonna want a bit more than this. These are gonna take some time. It's either that or they're stuck. So let's go check. With the upgrade to 2.8.1, it's very possible a bunch of recipes changed, and we kind of just discover them as we go. And it looks like Invar has changed. What are the chances? Iron, aluminum? It's either that or a recipe conflict. So let's have a look at Invar. Oh yeah, 2 iron, 1 nickel. Okay. But all we have is aluminum and iron in here. So something happened with nickel and something else. What is this? Nickel and chrome? There it is. We made some nichrome. We have a recipe conflict in here. So nichrome and Invar are technically, yeah, we have a recipe conflict right here because we're sending in iron, nickel, and then chrome for Kenthal. So all these three cannot be together. Thank you for the raid, Gabriel. Welcome in. I'm guessing you were still gregging, as I saw earlier. How was the rest of your stream? I am doing super good. How about you? We're figuring out some stuff and we're working on Monazite line and yeah, having a lot of fun. So let's we're trying to figure out this recipe conflict right now. So this we cannot change. This, I have a feeling that there might be a recipe for alloy smelter. This could be a better idea. So I think we're gonna do this. If we do this, we fix the problem. Yes, sir, it was fun. Blew up the front of my house again. Didn't die though, or dropped any item too, so it wasn't as bad as the other times. Well, you know what? Dying is part of the greg. If you don't die, you don't greg. And I'm saying this, and probably someone is like, "What do you mean?" Like, some people do like hardcore run and whatnot, right? Okay, so we're gonna change this. If you ever want to make an Invar dust, we're gonna macerate some ingots, and the reason for that is because it's causing some weird issues with some weird conflict with our mixer. The real solution to this would be to set up, you know, some proper like blocking, which I should probably be doing instead of doing this. Where's the mixer? Mixer is right here. Let's do some proper blocking. We've learned that we don't do blocking properly, so this needs to do blocking mode. All of these actually need to do blocking mode. And we can do smart blocking mode. That is also fine. And we can do the same thing on the other side. Already have 25 deaths. I mean, it's fine. You know, that's like an accomplishment of some sort, right? And then let's get some advanced blocking card. You know, like that's an achievement of getting like 25 deaths. Dang it, I didn't see you online. I would have rated you. That's all right, Finn. Don't worry about it. We're what's up is we're working on Monazite line very slowly. We're getting like very sidetracked every time because we did the upgrade and we well, I don't think it's the upgrade. This is just like typical, you know, recipe conflict, which I'm gonna have to cancel, by the way. But what? Yeah, we're working on Monazite line. So digester is done. It's working on muddy thingy stuff, which is probably, yeah, it's going into this here. And digester or dissolution tank is automated. It works. And then we're getting to the sifter, but then I was having some problems with Invar, so we're fixing that. And then we'll get back to Monazite. We're yeah, it's done. It's automated. It's very simple. You know, you're done the worst part of Monazite. It's so simple though, and I cannot take credit for this. I was kind of looking around Monazite line, you know, what are the gotchas, how many machines I'm gonna need, without going too much in depth, because I wanted to sort of figure this out step by step. Like, we're probably not getting the entire Monazite line today, but we're doing it step by step, you know? So right now the way it's set up, and you know, Mr. Extreme said like you could just do a subnet, do a crafting, level maintain, and you know, yes, you could probably do this, but I want the Monazite line to be fully passive this time around. It's not going to be on demand or have some level maintain shenanigans like the plat line. But the way it works is this input hatch has a fluid detector cover inverted to the amount that we want. So very simple, no weird number that you know, magic number that you don't know what does. This is how much you're gonna get in the tank. We have a machine control cover on this fluid tank. which is set to enable with redstone. It's never going to fail, so it doesn't matter for the rest. And then we have a fluid regulator that every 10 ticks is going to input 100 liters of whatever the fluid in the tank is. And it's going to stop whenever machine processing state, or rather, it's only going to work when the machine processing state is on, which means whenever this is not at 9,000. And at first I did like 9,000 every second, but then you get one more tick because this red alloy wire takes quite a bit of time to refresh, right? So by doing just like a very small number every 10 ticks, we're good. Every 5 ticks was too fast for the redstone signal. We would get like 9.1k inside the input hatch. So it's not like crazy fast, like a level maintain or like, you know, A2 like subnet with storage and whatnot would do, but it's fine. We just played around with the numbers. This recipe takes 100 seconds to run, so this doesn't need to be crazy fast, you know? So yeah, very simple. And the water is even more simple because you just set up this to whatever limit you want. And your fluid regulator, same setup, just does like the full 90,000 every second. Because like every second, you know you're gonna have 90,000 liters in here, right? So water is very simple. And the AE2 setup looked not complex in the sense of like, oh, my head hurts, right? But complex in the way like that it looks. This looks so simple. I like it. It almost looks like it's part of the multi, right? So it's transparent. It's very simple to debug. I do not expect any weird bug from this. I wouldn't expect any bug from a level maintainer setup, but I don't know. This is simple, you know? So yeah, and we have a buffer. So the AE2 way is very dense. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I need my 2 cells brain to be able to debug this at like midnight if I have to, right? So yeah, so we got our blocking card. Let me fix the problem with the mixer for a second. We've had our fair share of like poor like redstone 2 brain cell moment. You could ask everyone in the chat. We've had some of these moments in the past like week or so, and they're not pretty. Like a simple NOR gate I could not figure out. Like I even was giving bad information to Ubi, so he couldn't help either. Like it's to that point, you know? We're probably gonna want to set this to, no, we can keep the default mode, I'm pretty sure. And how about we do these guys as well? There, mixer shouldn't get stuck anymore. So let's restart the seethe. We needed 45 of this. And 2.8.1, by the way, we updated, feels so good. The AE2 network feels way snappier, like getting channels to be like detected and stuff feels so much better. Like everything else just feels way snappier. Even the level maintainer for the platline, this thing is so much like responsive now. This is so much faster. It's not faster in the sense that we're making more platinum dust. We probably are, but you know, like it's so much smarter now. And looks like it's working great. Now, I know for a fact that one of these machines power failed with a bunch of stuff in it. So I know that there's one of the recipes that is stuck right now. But I don't really care about debugging this right now. It's probably this guy, to be honest. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this guy is stuck and it has a bunch of liquid. And it would be very sad to dump this amount of ammonium chloride. You know what we could do though? Oh yeah, we can totally do this. Watch me not waste our liquids or fluid stuff. I think you all have more in your plotline than us at LUV. I did go very ham on the plotline. You know, I wanted this thing to be like good for a very long time. And I think we are going to be good for a very long time. So I'm quite happy about it. Let's do that. Oh yeah, let's just not void, because this is a bunch of ammonia and hydrochloric. This is so expensive. Ammonium chloride is very expensive. Doesn't look like it, but you know what? We're gonna do that. Can I? No, I can't put this in here. That would have been so great though. I mean, this is so fast. I could probably just keep doing this. I know this is not your best, you know, like GTNH content, but this is how I'm fixing it behind the... When I'm not streaming, this is how I fix stuff. I try not to void too many things. Because this recipe right here was supposed to get rid of all of the platinum concentrate. And as you can see, it's not taking... Well, you know what I could do? This would be smarter. Let's stop this. Let's take this out. Yeah, if we keep doing this, we're gonna be able to just restart a big craft. Better than mine. My content on GTNH isn't that interesting. I mean, honestly, if you're having fun, if you're like happy with what you're doing when you're streaming your GTNH stuff, like that's all that matters, right? Like, I would not stream for someone else, or like I wouldn't stream for anyone else than myself, because otherwise, I don't know, like it's just easier to go in there with that mindset. I don't know. Have you had any problem with ingredient buffers, or has it been smooth? It's pretty smooth. I would not do this. I would actually change this to do a subnet. Honestly, should do a subnet. I was just not up to date with my E2 knowledge, and I kept using the buffers because that's what I knew. But I should have done a subnet with storage buses here. Hey Toshion, Tosh. I'm not even gonna try to say your whole name. Hey Tosh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, and glad you're here. How are you doing? How's everyone doing, man? We're fixing plotline. Don't worry. This is very you know, this is your typical like GTNH content, obviously. Okay, average, you know, average Greg Tech. Okay, we can do this, and then what we can do is platinum, like 300. Yeah, and then we're gonna merge, and then we're gonna do another batch of 100. Still works, and then that's it. We could do this, and then maybe we can do a batch of 50 more. Oof, almost. So we can do a batch of 25 more. Not even. 24? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that's it. So that's all of our platinum concentrate that was sort of like backlogged. That's taken care of. We can go back to our monazite line now. Okay. Tosh time. That's fine. Usually get go by Tosh anyway. Yeah, I knew that, but I tried to say your whole name. Don't ask me why, but yeah. Settle in bed with my vanilla chai black tea. That does sound good. Okay, let's we have power, we have input, we need output. That's what we need. We need an ME output bus. ME output. So we're doing a passive but A2 like subnetted monazite line. So everything is going to be storage buses and outputs and whatnot. Tosh just subbed. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think you get a founder's badge, do you? We don't have a lot of subs, so you know, if you sub, you get a founder's badge. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, congrats and thank you. And yes, very pug and Giga Chat and all that. Oh yeah, you get a founder badge. There you go. Cool. So ME output, we're getting, so if we just go back to this here for a second, we're gonna get zirconium or red zircon and diluted this out, right? Or no, we get this, sorry, monazite sulfide. This is gonna be the next step. We're gonna set right next to it, but I do want to set up an electrolyzer right here. But we could close this now. We could do this. Oh, okay, no, that's good. Did I break anything? Output hatch. We do not need an output hatch. Why are you complaining? Oh, you're complaining because we need more of this. Should be quick. It's delicious. I've already had 3. Is there like caffeine in there? In black? I don't drink tea a whole lot, by the way. I drink iced tea, like the very sugary North American iced tea. But yeah, my thing is sugar, obviously. Right. That's it? We just, oh no, we need power. We already hooked up power. So we just start this? There it is. Okay. A hype train has been started. Nice. Well, yeah, we ballin'. Gabriel just subbed. Thank you. Thank you so much. I see you guys are getting on the train for you know, for that founder's badge. I think they are limited, so at some point someone's not gonna get a founder's badge. I hope that's the case. And Vin with the big potato lizard. You guys are going crazy right now. I mean, it's fitting, right? We're doing Monazite. Monazite is like, we've never done Monazite. I've never done Monazite. So this is a big day, but also I didn't want to hype it too much, you know, because I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, thank you all so much for just, you know, being here. And yeah, so the reason I'm making an electrolyzer, by the way, is we were gonna do output of the red zircon and also this guy. I think this guy has, or this guy has one of these guys does thorianite. We're just gonna electrolyze it on site passively, and we're gonna get oxygen and thorium out of it. Yeah, my Giga emote is not animated Sag. It is for me. It does press the button for me. I do see it. I do sit pressing the fort button. So yeah. Yeah, you guys are crazy. By the way, for those of you that just subbed, don't worry. I really don't know how this works, so I'm hopefully not wrong, but Vin could probably correct me. But I am working on a VTuber model, and I'm also working on some emotes. So I believe you need to be subbed to get any emotes that I'm gonna put out eventually. So you didn't sub just for, you know, for fun. You're gonna get some emotes out of this at some point. I don't have any ETA, any date, but I'm working on it. I'm getting it commissioned by an artist, you know, something very, very, you know, anime girl and whatnot, because that's, you know, that's the spiel around here. Something chill, something not too crazy, but, you know, getting some emotes would be nice. So yeah, you can have 5 emotes for non-subs. Yeah, so obviously if that's the case, there's going to be some non-subs emote, because I don't want people to sub. I really appreciate that you guys do, but I mean, I still am gonna get something for anyone that subs, right? Because you guys are special, so I have to make sure you get something out of it, right? Obviously, it's not gonna be a potato gasm emote. Like, you can't compete with that, but yeah. I'm looking for a maintenance hatch. You guys are just, you're getting me hyped up right now is what's happening. We need muffler for this. We need a muffler hatch for this. What power do we run this thing at? MV, HV. No, that's not right. MV and then MV. So how about we run it at HV? We're just gonna get like, it's not gonna run very often. We're gonna run it at EV is what I mean, because I don't want to do transformer and stuff. We probably should, because if there's a lot of HV stuff in here, we could save some power. But also, it's not gonna run, like, not all the machines are gonna run at all times, I think, because these two take, well, this one takes forever. So, you know, They can only use them on your channel. Yeah, so there's something about that. I'm you know, trying to learn about this a bit more, but hopefully yeah, you know, I want to get people that are subscribing some stuff for sure. That's the whole gist of it, the whole point. We could do this. Yeah, so we're going to here. It's kind of getting weird, but it's all right. Yeah, so we're gonna need a stocking input bus. I should have made a bunch of those. Yeah. Stocking input bus. Now this is weird, right? Because we need a stocking input bus, but these things are stuck in ME output hatches. I don't think the stocking input bus can see it. I might have to do an input bus in storage. I might have to do an input bus in storage. Storage bus. I think this is what we're gonna have to do. And the reason it shouldn't matter is we should never back up on this. And even if it's full, I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because it probably means the machine is down and we should fix it. And I can do this as well. I can do limit insertion. I can put red zirconium in here. I can put torionite. I can do insert only, and then we could do outputs. So we're gonna want the ME out. Put bus and hatches. Yeah, this is probably fine. We're gonna have ads in a minute. We might change this. I might actually bring the controller all the way here and then do another like line of dense cables. But for now, because there's only this machine on this side, that's how it's gonna be. Is that it? I think that's it. I need power though. I am going to bring power the same way I did the other side. I don't want to bring power like across like this. We are trying to get or follow, you know, a certain like standard way of cabling this thing. I don't need to go this far though. Oops. Yes. We're gonna move it. I am so lazy, and also this is just going to be so much easier. Can you hear the sound? It's the first time I hear this. I just broke like 10 usage of my snippers or snippets or whatever, but I like it. I like the sound. Okay. What else are we missing here? We have input bus, output hatch, output bus. We have a muffler, we have a maintenance hatch. And we don't have the electrolyzer because they're not in the ME system. There it is. Cool. This thing should be running like passive all the time, and I can do this now. Nice. Now the output is stuck in here, and we're gonna have to put oxygen and also zirconium dust and thorium dust. Or thorium was already put, so we're good. But we're gonna need zirconium as part of the output here, and oxygen. So zirconium, and then we need to have an output for fluids now. This is input for fluids. This is input for items, and I'm gonna change this now. I'm gonna do storage bus, this. And then we're gonna do another cable like this. Let me get my quartz fiber. Let's put this here. Okay. We're not messing up mainnet and whatnot. Hope Nintendo Switch doesn't sue because of that sound. What's that sound? What is it from that belongs to Nintendo? I mean, everything belongs to Nintendo, but... So we should do insert only, oxygen. We should hide this. Okay, let's not do this one. Always forget. You gotta do these. Oh no, it's because it's the wrong thing. Great. There. Insert only. If you've seen any of their Nintendo Direct presentation, they've always do a snap with that sound. It's very iconic for their brand and it sounds very familiar. Okay, interesting. So output items, output liquids, output input liquids, input items. So we have sort of a pattern here. Yeah, I haven't been really following Nintendo in so long. I honestly do not care a whole lot anymore about their stuff, but yeah, I guess I don't know if that's sad or not, but okay, we have a lot of saltpeter. Okay, we're good. So we're up for the next step. Fair. I mean, I haven't bought a Nintendo game in years. Yeah, same. I did buy the first Nintendo Switch, and I bought whatever game was with it. The first like new Zelda on Switch. And I was a big Zelda fan when I was younger, you know, but I don't know, it didn't stick to me as much as yeah, Breath of the Wild, yes. So Breath of the Wild just didn't fully work 100% for me. It didn't have that old like Zelda nostalgia, you know? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know, it just didn't stick. I couldn't get into Breath of the Wild either. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I was not able to get into it. It's more like Elden Ring than other older Zelda. Yes, exactly. But I do like Elden Ring. I did like Elden Ring a bit, but I didn't fully, you know, go into it. I didn't finish the game or anything. This is easy. This is a mixer, some water. So this is a reservoir ash. I don't even know if what I'm doing is right, by the way. If you see me going in the wrong direction, stop me, but also like whatever, I'm gonna fail at some point and it'll be funny and that's it. So here's another problem again. It's not a problem, but we're gonna have to do again that input bus storage thing. It's fine. I'm pretty sure you can't do stocking input bus with something that's in the buffer of these, right? I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Because these are not stored, they're not showing up on the network. And you need that for a stocking input bus. I'm pretty sure about that. Yeah. Played a little bit, but was bored of it. Yeah, that's kind of what happened to me. So yeah, input and then water, so reservoir ash, and then we're gonna need some multi-use. We might have enough. Yeah, we're gonna have enough. We're gonna need these turbine casing. Always forget about these guys in a mixer. Don't know why, but whatever. So we're gonna need some maintenance ash. We're gonna need some mufflers again. I should keep those on me. Need some muffler. Pretty sure mixer has a muffler, right? Yeah, I did see one. So we're gonna go right here. I'm gonna go right here. Controller goes here. I'm gonna do muffler right on top, and then let's do the output and input here. I'm gonna try this. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. And then we're gonna do ME output. We should keep those on us as well. Restock enabled. Let's do a batch of 20 of those. Let's do a batch of 20 of those. Ooh, we have an EEC that just crashed. I love this, by the way. I really like this feature. An EEC just crashed. This is the one for the balanced shards. And don't know why it failed. let's have a look at our power consumption just for fun, because we're running a few things right now. Yeah, we're good. We're fine. Is this level emitted? It should be. It's not. Cool. We can stop this. And we can also... There should be a... Yeah. There should be an output bus here. We can do something now. Items, storage. Let's get a 1K cell. And let's get a workbench. This is the feature, the reason why I upgraded to 2.8 by 0.1, by the way, or 2.8. The fact that you can filter these output these ME output now is freaking great, because all I care about from these guys really is the balance shards and the other shards, I guess. But so I can do this, right? Yeah, so we only care about these, the diamonds. Everything else I do not care about. Even the gallium, we don't care about this anymore. I guess the shards, I'm sure Uwe is gonna tell me he needs the shard. I don't know that we need the crystallized essence. I don't even know that we need the golden apple, but this is what we need from this guy. And we should filter this, void everything else. And also, we should only run this when the balance shards are under a certain amount. I'm sure we have plenty right now. We have 2,000. It's not that good, but... so we have the workbench, item storage. Yeah, we're just waiting for this. And then this guy right here, same thing. We only really ever need this. Pretty sure we don't get anything else from this, but... I mean, I'm pretty sure this one. But since we're doing filtering now, we do have to add it anyway, so let's do it. It's gonna take a second, and I should level emit this. We probably want more than 2,000 balance shards, but this should be level emitted. Same reason that this is. And it's not even the reason it power failed. It power failed for apparently no reason. But we are like hitting the max capacity of our power right now. The power line, the 126 amps or 128 amps of EV that we have. So there's that. Let's do this and then level emit, I guess. This is taking forever. Oh, because of these guys. Okay, well, we'll come fix that later. This can be turned off for now. I'll come back to this. I swear I'm not gonna forget about it. Worst case, someone could remember me. Also, I'll get notified whenever this is done, right? Yeah. I'll remember for sure. Yeah, so electrolyzer, right? Not electrolyzer, sorry, mixer. We need anything else? We need power for sure. But we have stocking or input bus, and we need ME output. That's all we need, really. And I could probably put this on the other side, actually. The reason for this is I'm probably gonna have a machine here and probably gonna want to do a connection or AE2 connection. Let's try this. Let's put power onto this thing. Power should be here, I think. Or here. Yeah. Bring this all the way up to this here. And I should keep the EV energy patches on me as well. Yeah, this recipe is HV, so I mean, we could run it. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. That's gonna work, right? Oh yeah, totally work. So what I want to try is this. I want to try this stocking input bus. I want it to have this, but see, that doesn't work because it's not inside of the network. It's inside of an ME output. So this needs to be a normal input bus with a storage bus on it. This, right? So we want this. We need a reservoir hatch, and that's it. So input bus, just a normal one. Probably have insert or limit insertion. There's no circuit, and we're gonna make this the reservoir hatch. Okay, so we just start this, it works, right? Do we get anything from this? We get liquids, not items. So this needs to be an ME output hatch, actually. There it is. And we're getting diluted monazite thingy. Yes, sulfate. So there, we're starting to get into the real stuff. We're getting into LCRs. I did prep a bunch of LCRs. I should. Yeah, I have 10 LCRs. So we're gonna just keep on going at this, just one step at a time. And we're gonna end up with a line of machines, and we're gonna call this Monazite line. That's the plan. Okay. Let's go fix that spawner. I do want to make sure we don't run this thing just passive all the time. It is expensive because it's using 4 amps of EV. It could probably do less. Could probably do just 2 amps of EV, but so we're gonna want this level limit, and let's do the 1K storage cell. We're gonna want all these shards because these are kind of useful. We don't have to mine and process any of these, we just get them for free. The exquisite diamond are super nice to have. I'm pretty sure we don't get those. Tosha's saying we should hydrate. We should. Let me hydrate right here. Also, I want to see if we need these shards. Yeah, there it is. I've just hydrated. And a reminder, we are hydrating with grade 0 water because we haven't made waterline yet. Until we make waterline, I'm gonna keep saying that I'm drinking grade 0 water, or just normal water, I guess. So as long as this is under like 4K, I'm gonna want this to. When levels are above or equal. No, I want when they're below. And actually right now I also want this. That's it. I'm gonna add these just in case, but I'm pretty sure we don't get all of these, but Yeah, there it is. And we should be voiding, yeah, we are voiding anything else, so. This is concrete, and it's the 10 variant, so this guy. There it is. So this is gonna keep running. I don't know why it stopped, because we are nowhere near like full capacity of our cable, and everything is chunk loaded around here. So I don't know what's happening, honestly, but we keep getting some random like power failures. Machines don't have any maintenance. All the chunks around and where the cables are like, they're loaded, right? And it happens a lot when we start some recipes. When we start some pretty, like, not heavy, but some pretty long recipes. Okay, so this is full. So now we just go to the next step. We're gonna have fun. Yes. So we need to make this. This is going into sifter. We might reuse the sifter. I wouldn't see why we shouldn't reuse the sifter, because we have we should just put stocking input right there, but probably gonna reuse the sifter. Make sure we use it all the time, you know. So yeah, so we're gonna sift this, we're gonna get thorium and whatnot, except one chunk corner that has a random cable somewhere that's not chunk loaded, speaking from deja vu. You know what, I wouldn't be surprised. Now the question is, where the heck is that, you know, cable? Like, everything I can think of here is in here. So I don't know what this is, but I'd be curious to know if something in the nether with a P2P could cause problems. Maybe that, because we do have some stuff in the nether now. I don't know if the chunks are loaded either, but like, I would not expect stuff to fail from this, but like everything that's attached to mainline, I guess, could fail. And we've seen some pretty yeah, and it is loaded, right? So yeah, it's definitely loaded. Cool. This is where we get our nether air, by the way. It's just a bunch of air intake hatches and some pink slime, or yeah, pink slime conduits. And then we have a storage bus. That's it. That's how we get our air. Easy. I realize that we're in IV and we have access to the air intake hatch, meaning we should set up a freezer in DT, a distillation tower, to do some liquid air processing. This is gonna load someday, I swear. Okay. So yeah, it might be like one weird corner of the base that doesn't have like a chunk loaded. Part of me is probably just gonna chunk load this whole thing, but also I shouldn't. I should keep it to the bare minimum, probably. The only thing that has changed is maybe oil. I haven't seen oil in a while. But it looks all right to me, as long as we're not bringing any of the main power, which we are not. Power is not here. We do power on site here, which I guess needs fixing. Yeah, so I guess this is fine. I'll have to troubleshoot at some point, because it's really random machines. We had these two LCRs there failed. We just had something right in the middle of the base fail. It's weird. It really is weird. Let's turn this off. We're gonna add a stocking input bus, because I know we're gonna need it. So how many things do we have on here? Still 8 or 7? 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay, cool. Cool, so mixer happening. So we need to do some LCR shenanigans. Now for this, we have this, right? So we just need to make this. We just need to make ammonium nitrate solution, which is somewhat easy for some reason. But it's 2 different circuits. So do we do 2 LCRs and like don't do any recipe like swapping? So like or recipe cycling, I guess. I do like single LCRs that do many things and just cycle through all the recipes. It might be much slower. I could agree with that. But this is a 200 seconds recipe. Yeah, it would make the cycle like, I guess, much faster. This is 1.5. It probably doesn't matter. We probably get like, because we're gonna run this. All right, we're gonna run this at EV, so we're not gonna get perfect overclocks. I think we're gonna get like just 2 overclocks out of this, if I'm not mistaken. But we're eventually gonna upgrade this. I could run 2 EV hatches on this, and we could run it at IV and get a perfect overclock. Pretty sure that's how it works, right? And then we could technically do this probably in the same one. This is going to be so fast. Yeah, maybe we do this. I'm going to do... So out of this, right? We don't use this for anything else in the Monazite line. We do use this. Okay, so we should do this not centralized, but in its own separate LCR, and it's going to get reused. Interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's do this, because we're going to use this further down the line. Cool. So let's do 1 LCR that does the ammonium nitrate solution. Should be easy. Oh, we're missing some inert casing? Are we? No. What is it complaining about? Oh. Be this? Oh no, the PTFE, right. Yes, PTFE, and then let's make sure we have a bunch of coils. We do, but I'm gonna make more. I know like 80 of those are for something that I'm forgetting that UE needs them for. Yeah, let's do the IO. So we're gonna run this at EV. I'm gonna put this right here. We're gonna have an output hatch right here. No input from items. I think I'm gonna do 2 input hatch. Although this is so quick. Yeah, we could do a quad, save on channels. How are we looking on channels? We're looking fine. I'm gonna do 2 so we need input hatches. I'm gonna do HV. We're gonna do some export buses, because we're getting this from mainnet anyway. This guy's gonna do nitric acid. This guy's gonna do ammonia. Oops. Ammonia. We're gonna get some Excel cards. And I'm also gonna add this to the inputs. So these are outputs. You know what, actually, this is item input, right? Liquid in. We're just gonna, oops. We're just gonna put some labels on these things. Liquids. Liquid in. This is items. Items out. And then liquid out. There it is. So liquid in, we're gonna need ammonia. There it is. And we just need some acceleration cards. This is fast enough. Cool. This is gonna need a circuit 12. Let's do circuit 12. Just inside the controller. Right, we need to close this off. I just realized my Monazite line is still running on double EV hatches while in UIV. Bastonite Olmium part is on double LUV though. It's been running great. We'll swap to QFT when I have it tier 2. So I'm gonna do great with single like EV, and then I could always upgrade to multiple EV, so good to know. Really good to know. I was a bit concerned about the speed, but I guess it's gonna be fine. And the main problem right now is we cannot give this like infinite amount of powers. We are running low on power, right? So I'm gonna give this EV, but honestly, if everything here starts, we probably can't do a lot of crafts. So I might have to do something like bring a specific not turbine but combustion engine here just for this, because power right now is being stretched very thin, and yeah, definitely want to be careful with that. So we're getting output ammonia nitrate solution, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Or get more power. Yes, new base is gonna have a bunch of spire. So we're gonna start doing things like the mega EBF and vac freezers are gonna get dedicated spire. I saw Vin do this and I was like, I gotta do this, because yes, you know, centralized power and all, very cool, but like mega EBF and vac freezer not taking my like entire power, you know, main power thing down, very great, like much better. And I also like just the fact that you could dump all of a single spire inside like one or two of these, right? So yeah, probably gonna steal that idea. There it is. Okay, cool. So second, we can share this. We can wall share this. So I would usually just do wall sharing whenever we're doing something that goes with this, but in this case, it's more that I could wall share and use, I should have done the output in the back though, because then I could do a whole line and then this does one thing, this does one thing. Maybe I could do this, but I do like it the way it is right now though. I'm gonna do it from here. So from here on, I'm gonna use the back for the IO. Oops. EV energy hatch. Okay. And then this thing. And we know this is shared, right? This is going to get used in more than one process in Monazite because of this Chembat. So I'm not doing like an output hatch into this and whatnot. I know UI doesn't like this either, so I'm trying to change this around. is 14? I always like trying to figure out these guys. 14, cool. Circuit 14. So power is done. We need this, which is a, an input hatch, right? An input hatch with an ME storage bus, which is gonna have this diluted thing in here. What else is there? Yes, this. So another input hatch. And the output is just items, which is very cool. Because if I had any more output, this wouldn't work. This guy is getting here, insert only, and that's it. So how about we start another line right here? I mean, this is kind of weird, but I'm gonna do this, I think. See how quick these channels are being seen now? I mean, this is a subnet, so we knew the subnet was going to be faster, but yes, you need a maintenance hatch. Are you happy now? Now you're happy. There it is. Acidic monazite powder, which we know is going to go in here now, which does not work. That's not gonna work. So there's two ways I could do this, right? You know how I did input bus on this? I could have done output bus on whatever is generating these. This here could have been an output bus with a storage on it, but I don't know. Gregnant, I do like that emote. Yeah. Potato has some of the best emotes. That and Cat. Cat and Vin have some pretty good emotes as well. And this is why I want to make emotes a thing, right? The lizard one is so nice. But yeah, Potato Gasm, like, just ask me how many times I almost bought a tier 3 from Potato just to get the freaking Potato Gasm. Yes, you just heard that right. Hello, that's a lot of people. Thank you for the raid, Patty. I hope I'm not saying that, you know, weird or whatever. Thank you for the raid. What were you guys doing? I didn't see that you were online. But yeah, I had a pretty hectic day, so. Hello, sharing the Greg Techers. Potato what now? You heard that right. I'm not gonna repeat it to you. We're doing Monazite line, by the way. This is my first time doing it, so we're really doing like step by step. This is probably gonna look horrible for a lot of you, but you know what? I'm learning, so give me a break. But yeah, we're learning here. We're figuring things out. I'm gonna remove this. We're gonna do an input bus. We're gonna do an input bus with a storage bus. This is gonna get weird with this. Insert only. I'm getting there, don't worry. Limit insertion, restart this. There it is, we have more output to deal with now. Benzene or beloved. No, we are not benzene enjoyers around here. We are CBD enjoyers. You know, I guess that's what we're calling ourselves. But no, we're doing fuel and biodiesel, and we're also doing CBD right over at this place that we are at. This is Monazite line. This is more like passive stuff, and this little corner right here is CBD production. And we're running, for anyone that's interested, I guess we could show the base around, right? With so many people joining in. This is Orproc. This is like passive stuff-ish. So like you have benzene production here, but we don't use benzene for power. We have the oil building right here. We have some Tomcraft magic building right here. This is all the Tomcraft. It used to be Blood Magic as well, but Blood Magic got moved. I love nukes. Another benzene aider. So you know what? I'm not a benzene aider. Ewy is a benzene aider. So yeah, that's that. So this is our main like building. It used to be all of our crafting automations around here. This is gonna change. Thank you for the follows. Cadocius. This is main storage. So like item storage is still like drawers and super tanks, and well, super tanks are liquid obviously. And then when we go down here, this is our new like crafting area. It's the same as the other one above, but there's way less machines now because we have all these multis for auto crafting. We have our big ass clean room here, you know, very useful, but that was one of our challenge. We have a lot of goals and rules around here. One of them was to do a full-size twist clean room. This is our circuit assemblers. We have 8 circuit assemblers working in parallel. So this is how we deal with circuits. And this is power. This is what I wanted to show. This is power. It's currently running right now. Yeah, we're generating a few amps of EV power. We're doing 126 amps of EV power, actually. So yeah, that's power. That's the base real quick. I'm not gonna do a full tour of everything else that's happening. My map is broken, but I'm gonna give you a glimpse of this, and I'm not gonna show any more, but we're working on a new base, and yeah, stay tuned if you want to see more about this, or just go watch the VODs because we did some of this on stream. But yeah, only using 1%. The Tomcraft area is so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I really like this building. I'm going to try to keep it in the new base. There used to be a lot more here. We had all the jars, like the full, you know, like altar setup, but then we moved to an AE2 setup. And I do like this building. So this building, I don't have the waypoint, but this building is called the Wizard Study. I started giving my building names because, I don't know, it's nice. So this is the Wizard Study, and the other building I'm going to show, because I'm really, really proud of this one, but it's not done yet, because I still have to cap this off, but this is the Crooked Hat Cottage. This is the Witchery building. It's very far, it has 0 AE connection, and it needs to be updated, but we don't do a whole lot of Witchery. And if you know what this hat looks like, then, you know, let me know in the chat. If you're an avid like Witchery enjoyer, you're gonna know what this hat is. But yeah, the point is I'm gonna finish the hat one day and it's gonna go crooked, and that's the whole theme of this building. And this was very difficult for me because it's very small and I like to do and go big, you know? But everything we needed here, it's detailed enough is what I'm gonna say. But I was very happy with this. This is one of the rules around here, and the goals is building more. This was really nice. But it doesn't have any use. It's not even loaded, and it's just pretty. But yeah, let's go back to our Monazite line. We're having some problems loading stuff. Thank you for the follow, Grandpa. Yeah? Thank you for the follow, Grandpa, I guess. You made me say that. There's also some circuit assemblers in there with all that clean oxygen. What do you mean? There's also some circuit assemblers in there with all that oxygen? They don't have oxygen, right? Or do you mean the oxygen in the clean room, the clean oxygen in the clean room? Well, this is working. So we're getting some monazite rare earth filtrate and thorium phosphate cake. So we have to figure out how to process these now. In the clean room? Yeah, true. I guess they have some, yeah, all that clean oxygen. Sorry, I totally missed the clean before the oxygen. That's why I got confused. I'm also nervous because there's like a lot of people, but don't tell anyone, you know? Okay, so this is why we needed the ammonium nitrate to be well, decentralized, not made just for this process right here. Thank you for the follow. Cable Caber Can? That's a mouthful. Yeah, so we're using this, and we're making this and that. So we're gonna need an EBF to do this passive processing. I'm not even looking at the quest, to be honest. We're just going from whatever whatever we're making, we're gonna try to process it. I don't know if we're gonna go like real far, but as you've seen in the title, today is Monazite line for the first time, part 1. So I don't even know if we're gonna finish today. We technically have like an hour, 30 minutes left for the stream, but we're gonna try to do as much. Honestly, if we could get something like, you know, I don't know, anything really, like zirconium. I guess we do have zirconium because we already have another way of making zirconium, right? I thought we did. Yeah, we do. We got zirconium out of sifting something. Sifting tin. Yeah, this is how we were getting our zirconium before. I think we have a tin bee somewhere or something. But I'm pretty sure this is maybe casterite too, but this is how we were getting our zirconium. I guess we could start a batch of zirconium and just get it, probably. That'll be like one thing done for today, right? And this is probably the mega EBF, so it's probably going to be like 1 or 2 cycles, maybe? Yeah, it's probably going to be like 1 or 2 cycles, I'm guessing. But that's cool because we're getting more of this now. Okay, so let's continue. I'm all over the place right now. So we want to do an EBF. Now I'm sure there's going to be more EBF, and this is passive, so we're going to do stocking input bus and just ME output for now. So let's get an EBF in here. I should clean up my inventory as well. I really hate that we don't have battle gear anymore. I don't know what to do with these. I do need these from time to time. We're gonna put them here for now. I guess these are kind of useless. I kept them because roleplay, but yeah. Everyone here is Gregnant? Oh yeah. Oh, we're super duper Gregnant. I think Monazite line is the most Gregnant I've ever been. Yep. Gregante? Yes. Yes, Gregante. Let's go here. Can we make this? I think we can make, well, you know what? I don't care. Let's make this like this, and then let's replace these. Let's make these a bit better, right? What can we put here? I thought we'd have like some HSSG laying around. I guess we have TPV. Let's do that. Let's do TPV, get 3 more. Oops. Gregart. Yes, we're I see that it's very late for a lot of people. Thank you for not making me feel, you know, alone in my my general confusion overall all the time. Okay. I did not think of this. Let's do it here. Right? No. Actually, let's do it here. Center. We like to do power in the center. Power or energy hatch in the center. Oh, that sound. Again. That sounds just so great. Don't you think? It just cost me like 2% of my tool, but I don't care. I had to share this with everyone. Zirconium is done. Crispy, very crispy. If you must ask, the answer will probably be yes. Yes, there's a meme video around that. I am Gregnant. Zirconium, are we gonna get a skip by just doing this? Please? No. It can't be that easy, right? Wait, it is. It didn't trigger anything. Why? Retrieval? No. Easy. Zirconium ingots. Not broken at all. There. That's 1 down. 1 down. So if we can get like, I guess samarium or cerium would be nice, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so this very bad looking EBF. Let's do outputs on this side. Yeah. So let's do I think we can keep this one. You know what? I do like the fact that everything is visible. So let's do it here. Let's do output and let's do stocking input. And this is getting thorium phosphate with no circuit. That's all we need. Yeah. Oh, nichrome. Did we break nichrome? Did we ever restart that that mixer? Because that nichrome should not be stuck. Oh, it is. Oh, it is because of this. Oh yeah, and we have polyasi running in the background. Cool. Cool. It has a Looney Tunes sound to it. It does, 100%. How is Greg Nate formed? When an LCR and an EBF love each other very, very much, yes, they you know, they go next to each other. I honestly thought this was going to be a long line of LCR at this point, but we do need this. Although this is passive, like, well, so it's just a stocking input bus. This is not like its own one recipe. We might get more of these. I should have put it here because this is what this electrolyzer is. Like, these are like every step in Monazite, right? But this is also an exception because this is like passive this and this. So yeah. We need power in here. No, we did do power. Is that it? We just need cable this up then. Let me get down here and cable this. Really happy I made a not big, but a controller for this. We don't have to worry about channels. Gregananant. Yes. How much more cursed can this this become? Are we really low on cables? Why isn't this restocking? Am I crazy? This should be restocking, right? Weird. If you really want to know, watch the video. I guess I'm gonna have some watching to do. I don't know what I'm gonna watch, but this is bugging me. Don't ask me why. To be fair, it's using a type in the system for no reason. There, I think that's all of them. Okay. Yeah, so we're waiting on TPV. What else is there? So this, and then this guy. We need a Chembat. Now, is it worth it? Or am I gonna have any other use for a Chembat in this, like, passive Monazite other than this recipe? This is what I'm concerned about. So we have some more sifting to do, right? Just trying to look ahead a little bit. More sifting. I remember this. More EBF. More mixing. More sifting, and then do we really need to? Yeah, we could probably just electrolyze this, I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Europium is not right now, pretty sure. Cerium dioxide, so cerium oxalate, that's EBF. That's electrolyzer. Yeah, so I don't see any others. Chembat. Is there a good reason not to make this a single block other than getting like a discount on power? You don't get a discount on power, so getting parallels in speed, I guess. How quick are you getting this? You're getting every 30 seconds though. Easier to upgrade? It is easier to upgrade, you're right. You're right. Let's not be lazy. I tend to be very lazy around these things. Let's not be lazy. Let's make an ore washing plant. That's it. Yeah. I still use EV single block chembats. You don't really need the multi, to be fair, for the... Well, that's the thing, right? There's only a single recipe, and the bottleneck is not the ore washing recipe or the chembat recipe. The problem is the this recipe, right? It's 30 seconds, you get 90%, and you have 3 of these every like 200 seconds. Like, it does not need to be fast. And if you make EV, this is already like twice as fast. But if I want to upgrade this down the line, so one thing that really, you know, like if I have a chembat just sitting around here, you know, like this, my reasoning behind doing a single block is I can literally just plop it right here and connect it. That's the first thing. But also, I'm gonna have to move this monazite line-ish soon. Whenever we get the new base, I'm gonna have to redo this entire monazite line. We're probably gonna want to upgrade it all because power and speed and whatnot. It's probably gonna have a brand new like building and location for it. And also, I'm probably gonna want to put more, you know, distillation tanks, maybe more digester, but I'm not sure. There's gonna be some upgrades to be made to this. I'm doing this to learn about all the recipes, kind of get it done, because we need to do IV quest. If you're new around here, we do quest master. I need to get this entire quest line done. I cannot go to LUV if I don't have this done. If there was anything blocking me from doing this, because of you know, like it's gated behind an LUV quest or whatever, I wouldn't do it. We could just continue whatever else we have to do and then do the get to LUV. Like this, for example, we can't do this. We cannot do this other way quest line because this requires us to have an LUV energy hatch to get this. Now, I've tried to see if there's a skip for this. There is not a skip for this. We cannot skip this line because the LUV energy hatch is in LUV. So, yeah, we can't get this. So we're gonna have to do the entire page except for this quest line and get into LUV. But as we get into LUV, what I really want to do is I want to set up some spires. We need to upgrade power and we need to get to a new base. I'm doing this because we need to work on IV progression, but honestly, we need to do some building. It's just that building is not really, you know, very entertaining on stream. So that's why I try to keep it to the bare minimum. Why is this taking forever? Is this still the... It might have been something else that started in the Mega EBF. So whenever we get a batch of silicon, this EBF gets real busy. Yeah, we're making the Grizium for the ore wash, or the ore washing plant, I guess. I guess we're gonna wait. Again, I haven't prepared everything for Monazite. The plan today was really just to get as far as we could. And this is good. Like we got more zirconium out of this, and if we can get, you know, samarium, Sirius, and hafnium figured out, I'm gonna be happy. So so because of that quest, I'm wondering if we have hafnia just sitting in here. How do you get this? Yes, we do have hafnia zirconia just sitting in somewhere, right? Yes, in the dissolution tank. So right here, hafnia zirconia blend. We still have to process this. Let's not forget about this. And this is a centrifuge, and we get zirconia and hafnia and zirconia. I guess you do some more LCR stuff, which is fine. And then hafnia, also some LCR stuff. Okay, cool. Oh, this is the same process. So this is just hydrochloric in this, and this other one is hydrochloric in this. So this is going to be a single LCR that does the same thing. And it outputs water, which technically we could reuse. I'm going to do reservoir hatch, and we're going to avoid the water. And then I guess we're going to be, yeah. From there, we're going to be doing everything else. Yeah, so this, it's good that I did TPV and EV. We're gonna be able to do this. Okay, cool. It's almost like I've seen some of these things before, and when I make my decisions, they're not consciously aware that this is gonna be a thing. So that's pretty cool. That's gonna be a single ABF. Single ABF with 2 input hatches, an input bus, and then whatever, yeah, an LCR that recycles this magnesium. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then you make, so maybe we do, yeah, maybe we make this passively. We just take sodium, exchange it for salt, send salt back to mainnet, because salt is gonna get used for like chlorine and stuff, and we get so much sodium. We could probably just, yeah, we could probably just send sodium directly, but we could also close the loop, because we could passively do this and then take the salt, electrolyze it, right? Electrolyze it and then get chlorine back and then get sodium back into the ABF. I'll see. Maybe we'll keep it somewhat simple, you know? Oh yeah, this is taking forever. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay, so this is gonna take forever. So maybe we don't get this today. That's fine. Honestly, we got so far. I'm happy with the progress. So let's just recap real quick. So we have this Hafnia zirconia blend that we have to process. So we're gonna need a centrifuge, an EV centrifuge, and that's gonna give us these 2 things with an LCR. We could set up an extra LCR. So let's think about this. This is 3, 6, 7 long by 5 wide. So real quick, controller is gonna go like right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right here. And that's gonna be the yeah, that's gonna be the ore washing plant. So overkill, but whatever. If we do get more recipes for the ore washing plant, I'm gonna reuse it, and I'm gonna be happy we did it. But if not, I mean, it's perfectly okay. I also just realized I'm not centering these. They're not centered. They're more like towards this part. But whatever. We're gonna leave 1 space, and then we're gonna put an LCR right here. Trying to get into my backpack. We're also not going to use this, so let's get an LCR set up. Let's go underneath. This is going to be power, and then yeah, so hydrochloric acid as an input, and then these 2 guys can just go into a single input bus. Does it look like this? Oops. Yeah. Let's take this out, and then let's do, what's the output out of these? Oh, we have an app break. Clearly paying attention, you know? So we're gonna have an output hatch for the fluid outputs. We're gonna have an input hatch for the hydrochloric acid, and we're gonna have an input bus. We do need this to be an input bus with a storage bus, because otherwise we're not gonna get these inside, because they're currently sitting, or they're gonna be sitting in a, oh no, that's the opposite. Wait, that's the outputs. So we do have yeah, so we have these as inputs, and then they get LCR'd again. Wait a second. Let's go back. So we're starting with this. we're gonna set this recipe up, right? With a centrifuge. The output of this is gonna be zirconia and hafnia, which is mixed in with hydrochloric acid. You get water. And then you also reuse this to make, with water, to make the chloride solution. And then the zirconium is also the same thing. So actually, yeah, output hatch is okay. And then we're just gonna do a quick, input bus with an output bus. I'm gonna get there one day. With an output bus. So all the outputs that are items that are in here are the zirconia and hafnia, tetrachloride, sorry, and then we get these as outputs. These are the actual outputs. Cool. So they just cycle through the same machine. Circuit 1, we could limit insertion, doesn't really matter. This should be fast enough that it's going to take care of everything. And then this needs to be a reservoir hatch. And we should filter this and make sure, well, actually it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure we can just output hatch. We can just output hatch, filter on water, and then put a trash can on top of this. Yeah, let's make this. Oh yeah, this is stuck behind the Grisium. This is gonna take some time. We probably have time, or enough time, I guess, to like wait for this and then close this up, and then we're gonna end the stream. So I think after this is set up, we're gonna close the stream. But for now, let's try to do as much as we can, knowing, like, expecting this to be just working, right? So output fine. This is gonna need an export with hydrochloric acid. This is also looking good. Okay. And yeah, hydrochloric acid needs to be added to the subnet liquid inputs. Now that's gonna work. There it is. And this is going to store the hafnia and zirconia, and for this, we need to do a centrifuge. We're going to need more of these, though. I could technically put a bunch of input ULV buses on this, kind of like how we did the precise assembler. But also, this is gonna need to cook up some stuff anyway, so we're kind of stuck behind the Grisium. There's an easy way we could go around this. Is it literally just done after this? Yeah, no, it's not. Grisium is EBF 0? Okay. We can cheat a little bit because we can just do this. We can even take like Now this is gonna use some power. Yes, we're nearing the 250. That's kind of our limit, but it's all right. This is gonna help a whole lot because it makes 8 every 20 seconds and it unblocks the Mega EBF. So yeah, this way we can for sure get this done. Reservoir ash. We don't have this. Let's do the trash. And this is filtered for water. Cool. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff that just needs to be cooked up right now. We're gonna get nichrome, TPV, a bunch of stuff. I guess we kind of could have skipped this recipe, but it's all right. So this LCR is good, right? We're getting these out, and these are going to go into an EBF setup that gets magnesium, and that magnesium has to come from an LCR that does this, or we could just get magnesium from the mainnet. We do get magnesium out of centrifuging something or electrolyzing something. I think we get it passively from something. Biotite. We get magnesium passively from biotite, and this is our main source of fluorine and alumina and raw silicon. So the only problem with using this is that we could eventually run out, because if fluorine is filled, biotite is going to stop, essentially. Because we wanted to keep the black granite. But I think we might have removed this. If we're just processing all of the black granite, we could do that. But also it's kind of stupid because we could literally we could just recycle it with a few more machines, and we probably should, to be honest. How about we do an actual LCR, like a proper setup. So I can literally just add the, right? This is the recipe that we want. So we're gonna want an EBF, which is it this guy? No, that's for something else. Yeah, that's for passiving this. I think we're gonna do a separate EBF for this. And the EBF is gonna be connected to something that takes the magnesium chloride, makes it into magnesia, and I think I also want to do the salt back into sodium. This way we don't have sodium and magnesia as an input for the line. We can recycle it on site. I don't know if this is too much, but... And I feel like if there's any use anywhere of salt or magnesium chloride, this gets so much more complicated than just inputting magnesium. We could also just make it a fully like closed loop just for that EBF setup. It's also possible. We could do that. Okay, so we did get the reservoir hatch. So let's start with this, right? This should be complete now. If we give this power, obviously. Oops. That click is really cool. Okay. You're happy, and you're happy, and you're happy. So, yeah. We don't get these until we do the centrifuge. So let's do the centrifuge. guess we're gonna need more of this as well. We're gonna do this, and then this is just passive for now, right? So it really is just stocking input bus, ME output bus. And then we're gonna do power in the center. Power in the center. Move down, and then this thing needs a muffler hatch, I'm pretty sure. Anything else we need? No, I think that's it. So we're just waiting for this, and then I'm gonna form it. The stocking is gonna need this, and we could do the cabling in the meantime. We have channels on this. We have about, I guess we could just pick it up from here. Then power. I do want to keep this the same. Type energy. We do have energy, so it's missing one more. Great. Yeah, so this is also getting finished. We're right around the end of the stream usually. I'm just gonna finish this up, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll find someone to raid, you know. Yeah, so this is waiting for thorium cake thingy. And this is sifter. And this is waiting for this guy. Not enough fluid output space. What do you mean? Ammonia, nitric acid. Yeah, okay, you're fine. That's because you're... Yeah, ammonium nitrate. What about you? What are you doing? Okay, we have some thorium phosphate cake dust. This is online. This is online. Oh, right. This is stuck in an output bus, so an ME output bus, right? We need to do an input bus and a storage bus. I keep forgetting about this. We could probably fix this, by the way, by having like a tiny bit of storage so that I could do stocking input buses everywhere. I'm gonna keep doing this for now. Maybe we'll change it up after. We're gonna do an input bus, limit insertion. I'm gonna remove this because I don't want it to put whatever in here. And thorium phosphate insert. The right solution is probably just to have an ME drive somewhere with a bit of storage, like partitioned storage or something, but for now, this is good enough. This makes it so that we don't have any need for storage. The storage is the input or output, you know, buses. So there it is. We have thorium phosphate concentrate now, which yeah, is getting thermal centrifuged. This is probably something we could do. That's the end of one of the lines, right? Yeah, it's these guys here. I'm guessing if you're holding a dust of phosphate and thorium, you probably get this. I really hope that's what it is. And I guess there's an easy way to see this, right? Hold this. It's not the right one. Phosphate? Why didn't I think we have phosphate? I guess we just do the yeah, let's just do the phosphate, the thermal centrifuge. Let's do this guy first. So the ore washer, right? Is it in the middle at the bottom? No, I'm not crazy. Okay. We can do this. And then we could just fix this. So let's get, what do we need here? We need ammonium nitrate solution, and we need monazite rare earth. So this is going to be 2 storage buses with input hatch, input bus. This probably could have been done better, honestly, by like just planning a bit more and having like a storage for the subnet. I might do this off stream, and the next stream maybe we'll just finish it up, you know, finish the line up. That's if I don't finish it until then, but yeah, I think it would probably be a good idea to have some storage, but it gets very hectic if I do storage, because then I have to filter it, I feel like. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just crazy. We're gonna need more of these casings anyway. We don't have carbon? How do we not have carbon? Carbon is like the most simple thing we should have. We get carbon out of plants or actually we get carbon out of this. Don't we? Not anymore. We used to get carbon out of this. I guess we're gonna have to figure out carbon later. I would really like to get this set up though. So how about this, right? We clearly have 40. We clearly need to have a maintenance hatch. And I think we also do need a reservoir hatch, right? Yeah, so let's do a reservoir. Let's put all the stuff we need on it, and maybe we'll have enough enough casings. So this is going to require an input hatch, an input bus here. I think I can do this. And then this needs to be monazite, insert is, and then we need ammonium nitrate with an export bus. Or no, it's a storage, right? Storage bus. There it is. And then we need the output of this, which is just items, right? Yeah. So ME output bus. That's 7 channels. And then, so we're gonna have a reservoir hatch. So that's 1 more casing we get. Which I guess we can't turn. And we also need power on this thing. Right, so we need power right here. We're again gonna give this EV power. Okay. So that leaves us with one casing missing. And we technically don't have anything else, right? Oh yes, muffler hatch. So I did calculate how many things we're gonna need correctly then. That's it. That's all we need. This should form. It's gonna fill up with water. After we fix this, it needs to be in Chembat, right? As water. And then it should start. I think it's filling up the water still. This is always kind of slow. I feel like maybe placing the water would be faster, but I don't know. I just want to see this run. There it is. Neutralize thingy majig, whatever it's called. And now this thing, we are sending in the sifter, right? We're sending it right here. And that's going to give us more stuff to process. No, wait, we are not sending this here. Okay, so this is going to go here. These look exactly the same. There it is. Okay, so we're going to have some more outputs to process. So let's just, you know, make sure everything we had going on is working, and then let's close this off. So this is formed. It has almost everything. We just need this to work. Centrifuge. This is formed, right? This is now working. Power is connected. We start this. We need inputs. Or no, we do have inputs. And this is not going to work again. Yep. Let's stop this for a second. We need a storage bus again. And we need to put the AFNA in here with an input bus. That's it. And then we can start this. We're going to get outputs. They're going to get in here. And then these are going to get processed into these two guys. And this is where I'm going to stop. I think we're going to need to set up this blast furnace, which is also going to need to do some LCR. Well, it's going to need an LCR that goes along with it. So I think we're gonna stop it here essentially, and we have a few things that we're going to need to process for part 2 of this, right? So the outputs that we're dealing with right now, let's make a list of the outputs that I have to deal with next time around. So this is an output that I have to deal with. This is an output I have to deal with. We dealt with this. No. So this is an output we have to deal with. And then thorium phosphate cake. Concentrate. And then, yeah. We got this. This is probably something we need to do as well. No. So we took care of this, right? This is the Chembat. So this is taken care of. This is an output we got now. And we added this because that was like free and easy. So we need to do this, this, and this. I guess we're just getting more of this. Yeah. So these are the output we have to deal with next time around. So we have the EBF. recipes for more zirconium and also hafnium, I guess. And I know for a fact we need to figure out iodine. I might, and I probably will actually, get iodine out of the... What's that weird recipe that's like somewhere here? Wait, it's the dust that I want. It's the dust. This. We're gonna make... I'm probably gonna prep some iodine out of the... the seaweed and benzene recipe. This is how I saw Amcorp do it, and this is probably how I'm gonna get the iodine we need, because the iodine gets recycled, right? So we only really need a few, and I need to make sure that we have seaweed somewhere. This thing, right? And I know that we do have some fishing thingies, and we do have seaweed, so this should be easy. I just need to do some seaweed ash into seaweed ash dust, and do some mixing, and then get some seaweed concentrate, get iodine, and this is how we're gonna start the hafnium, because the hafnium is gonna recycle the iodine every time it's cooked, right? So we're gonna get it back as a liquid, and then we're gonna start just using it as a liquid essentially. So yeah. So whenever we're back, this is what we're gonna have to deal with. This is all the outputs that we're left with right now, and they're all sitting inside of output hatches or output buses right now. We don't have any storage for those, so yeah. Thorium phosphate, and this is how we're gonna get thorium and phosphate, and yeah. So this feels like a really good place to cut right now, to find someone to raid. And yeah, so today was very productive. We got part 1 of Monazite line, I think, sort of figured out, and I have no clue how expensive or how taxing on power this is right now, but I'm guessing very taxing, because we don't have anything else running right now, and we're at like nearly 50% of our power capacity. So I'm gonna have to find some ways for us to save on power until we get the new base, or we're gonna have to get the new base like right after this monazite line is done, right? So yeah, I'm gonna clean up my inventory, because why not? And then we'll continue with like part 2 of monazite line, probably on Sunday. So we do Sunday night streams now, 7 p.m. Eastern time. So do join us for that if you want. And then if you want to get any update on the schedule and whatnot, it's on Discord, which obviously you're going to get a link to whenever we find someone to raid. Looking for who we're raiding right this minute. And yeah, I guess Duct is online. Let's yeah, help me. I only play GTNH. We're 100% rating Duck, because I never rated Duck, I think, ever. Maybe a while ago, but yeah. So let's rate Duck, and thank you all for being here. It was very fun. Really appreciate everyone, coming in, all the raids. And we're gonna continue this on Sunday night, I guess. And yeah, stay tuned in the Discord if you want to get any updates. I know for a fact that next Thursday it's probably going to be hard for me to be here, but maybe it'll happen. So if you want to know, you have to be in the Discord for sure. But yeah, it was a very good time. Thank you, Cadocius. Really, really hard to pronunciate this at like midnight, so for my brain. But yeah, thank you all, and we're gonna raid Duck, so make sure you join in for that, and send them some love. But yeah, thanks, and see you all on Sunday, hopefully. I completely messed that up. I missed the D right there. There it is. Okay, we're rating Duck now. Thank you all again, and hopefully I see you on Sunday.